In today's video, we're going to be going through and discussing every single Daedric Shrine quest that's featured in the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. Each of these videos that make up this compilation were created at different milestones throughout this YouTube journey. So, the storytelling and cinematics are likely going to be unique and vary across most of the entries. We'll begin alphabetically with Azura and make our way all the way down to Vermina. There are 15 Daedric Shrines within Oblivion's base game, with only Mehrunes Dagon and Jyggalag left out. As we'll go over in each individual entry, there are certain level requirements needed to embark on each Daedric Prince's quest. Without further ado, let's begin our journey. We're going to be going through and discussing Azura's Daedric Shrine quest in the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. We'll be telling the story of the quest, as well as we'll be supplementing in facts from the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages. In order to begin this quest, we must be at least level 2, making it tied in first place for the lowest level requirement for a Daedric Shrine. There are a handful of ways for Azura's Daedric Shrine to be marked on our map. The first way is by reading the book Modern Heretics. Modern Heretics can be found in a few locations, namely in the Mystic Archives of the Arcane University. Here we'll see it on the first bookshelf closest to the entrance. Upon reading it, Azura's Shrine should be marked on our map. Another area to find Modern Heretics would be at Cloud Ruler Temple. Entering inside of the East Wing and approaching the bookshelves at the back, the second shelf from the right will hold Modern Heretics. Now, as for NPCs who will tell us where the shrine is, all of them happen to be in the city of Sheogorath. The first one we can go to is Trayvon the Red Guard. He can be found in the Mages Guild Hall, and speaking to him sounds like this.
A pleasure to speak with you.
We ask him about Daedric cults.
Daedric cults aren't necessarily evil, of course. In nearby Morrowind, for example, they worship Daedra in the temple. The Azura Shrine north of town, up Lake Arius way, for instance. I know a dark elf there. Nothing evil about him.
At this point, if we didn't already have Azura's Shrine marked on our map, now we would. The next NPC we can speak to is Ulaine Hlurvu. She's the resident mage of Castle Sheogorath. Ulaine is a little bit tricky to track down. She wanders around town and around the castle and is never really in one spot for too long. However, we do know that her schedule brings her to the business district of Sheogorath around 5 PM. So we find her and speak with her.
What?
First, we must ask about Sheogorath.
You worship the 9 divines, perhaps? Have they ever helped or harmed you? Of course not. Now worship a Daedra Lord and you get effects. Bad ones, of course, but clear and measurable effects.
Then we can ask her about Daedra Shrines.
The Azura Coven and the Gerals north of Cheydinhal. Nice folks. Nothing like the blood-drinking Daedra worshippers everyone raves about. A waste of time, of course, worshipping gods in the first place. But at least they're not raving lunatics.
And then the last NPC we can ask about who will direct us towards Azura's Shrine is Borba Gro Uzgash at Borba's Goods and Stores. Now, the unique part about Borba's dialogue is that in order to ask her about Daedra Shrines, we must first speak with Ulaine Hlurvu about Sheogorath or read the book Modern Heretics, in which we did both, but also, we must have read Martin's copy of The Refugees. Martin's copy is only available for us to read after completing the quest, Blood of the Divines. Since we haven't gotten that far as of recording this in the main quest yet, we don't have access to the book, nor do we have access to Borba's dialogue. However, if we were to have asked her about Daedra Shrines, she would have responded with, "A shrine to Azura lies in the Geralt Mountains, far to the north, towards the Skyrim border. And I think there's a shrine to Boethia high in the Vallis Mountains, southeast of Sheogorath." Any of these methods will work for finding out exactly where the shrine is, and of course there's also the use of general exploration. We scroll north of the city of Sheogorath and see that just above the words of County Sheogorath, Azura's Shrine is marked. We already have it discovered, but just for added immersion, we fast travel to the nearest location, Temple of the Ancestor Moths. From here, we follow our compass at a bearing of south-southwest, and very soon, we arrive at the Shrine of Azura. As per usual, this Daedric Shrine is supposed to have 3 worshippers. They would be Bermima, Melsmerian, and Ralsa Nathan. However, it appears as though that there's only 2 worshippers present. Vermina, the Argonian, is missing. It took me a while to remember why, but I do have memories of embarking on a quest a long time ago, and through that quest drawing the aggro of ogres and bringing them to the shrine. Those ogres then attacked the worshippers, and I believe they would have killed Vermina. If anybody remembers which quest or which video that's from, I would love to know. Back to the matter at hand, just for some dialogue, we speak to Ralsa.
This place is sacred. Please respect our privacy.
Brief and to the point, we turn our attention over to Melsmerian and speak with him.
You have entered a holy place. What is your business here?
We inquire about the Shrine of Azura.
These are dark times, and people's minds are poisoned by rumors and superstition. Unless you can persuade me of your good intentions, I cannot speak further on this matter.
Catching on to what Mels wants, we open up the persuasion minigame, bribe him a bunch, and then ask again about the shrine.
And thank you very much. This is the Shrine of Azura, Queen of the Dawn and the Dusk. What is your business here, traveler?
We say we wish to summon Azura.
If you wish to speak to the lady, visit her shrine at dawn or dusk. Leave her an offering of glow dust, and perhaps she will deign to speak with you.
With that, the conversation ends, and now we know what we must do in order to gain an audience with the Daedric Prince. Glow dust in of itself is not very difficult to obtain. There are more than a few places in the Imperial City that sell it. For example, in the main ingredient, we can go and speak with the proprietor, Ogier Georic, and under his list of ingredients, he'll actually have about 3 glow dust for sale. We're buying them at about 71 gold a piece, which in the grand scheme of things isn't too bad. Another shop in the market district that sells glow dust is the Gilded Carafe. Entering inside and speaking with the owner, Claudette Perrick, under her list of ingredients, she sells about 3 glow dust as well, and for her, given our level of mercantile and personality, they can be bought for around 77 gold apiece. Now, according to the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages, Calendil at the Mystic Emporium can actually sell glow dust. However, unless our mercantile skill is 50 or higher, which it isn't, it won't be available for purchase. Another place where we can find glow dust is in the Bruma Mages Guild Hall. Now, normally we'd be able to find it in the living quarters, which is the basement section. However, because we've successfully completed the Mages Guild questline, and the Bruma Mages Guild Hall is still completely destroyed, this sample of glow dust is not available for us. And then of course, there's collecting glow dust the old-fashioned way, by killing their providers, Will-o'-the-Wisps. Wisps can commonly be found in monster dungeons and the swampy areas of Cyrodiil. They're commonly encountered at level 11 and higher. It doesn't really matter whichever method we choose to obtain glow dust. All that matters is once we have it, we travel back to Azura's shrine and wait for either dusk or dawn. Attempting to interact with the shrine at the wrong times will bring the simple message of nothing happens. So, waiting until the times of between 5 and 7 AM or PM, we can officially approach Azura's statue and offer the glow dust.
I have seen your name, traveler, and heard it whispered in twilight. I ask a service which holds promise of fame and reward. Many years ago, 5 followers slew the vampire Daedric and its kin, but all were infected by the foul creature. Knowing their fate, they sealed themselves up in the vampire's lair. Their suffering weighs heavily on me. Travel to the gutted mine. The door will open to you. Bring the piece of death to my followers, and you shall earn my gratitude.
With that, we receive our official quest notification for the shrine. The task at hand is simple yet dangerous. Popping open our map, we see that Gutted Mine is relatively close, at a bearing of southwest. Azura wants us to travel to said mine and kill 5 of her followers who unfortunately turned into vampires. We arrive at our dungeon and do an inventory check. Vampires have a 50% weakness to fire, so we ensure that Goldbrand is completely charged. Also, because we're not currently a vampire, nor have ever been one, brethren, we're likely to contract porphyric hemophilia, meaning that we need a potion of cure disease on us for the end of our journey. The inside of Gutted Mine is rather small. It only has one zone to work with. However, there are quite a lot of traps that we have to worry about. For example, in our run through, we pretty much ran into all of them. And the only enemies we have to worry about are the Afflicted Brethren, aka the vampiric followers of Azura. The first 3 Afflicted Brethren can be accessed pretty easily. All of them wear leveled armor and use leveled equipment. It didn't take very long for us to contract porphyric hemophilia, so we made sure to keep a mental note that as soon as this dungeon was over with, we'd have to pop that potion of cure disease. After killing the first 3 vampires, we come to a false wall that's lowered by pulling a rope. On the other side, we see a 4th Afflicted Brethren whom we quickly take care of. This vampire happened to be an archer, and upon looking into their inventory, we noticed that they were absolutely stacked with all kinds of arrows. I wasn't sure if this was supposed to happen or it was some kind of exploit, but regardless, we took the arrows and moved on. We spotted the last Afflicted Brethren. He was similar to an orc we previously fought. He swung away at us with an enchanted 2-handed Daedric axe, and was clad in a complete Daedric armor set. Likely because of the weapon Goldbrand and its fire enchantments, none of these vampires proved to be a tricky fight for us, and after the 5th one was killed, we received a quest update that we upheld our end of the bargain. Interestingly, looking into the male orc's inventory, he has a worn, faded note on him. Looking at it, it reads, "This worn, faded note was written on a scrap of parchment and secured by a piece of raw hide to the vampire's neck. My name is Gola Gromuzgol. My companions' names are Aranalda, Nil Elfdaughter, Avida Cassiana, and Umar Grakar. The vampire Daedric died by our hands, but the price was dear. Those into whose hands we have fallen, we thank you and pray your favor. We served Lady Azura. Bring these, our last words, to the Hircine. We praise her with the full fountain of our devotion. Our destinies were written in the stars, that our souls and reason be slain, and our world lost forever. None can escape her fate, but let us be remembered at her shrine and in the hearts of her servants. It is only by fate that any life ends, and only by chance that it is mine, not yours." Definitely a heavy note to read. This note helps to shed some light on the brave souls who fought against the vampire Daedric and in turn sacrificed their own lives. In the same area in which we found the male orc, there's a section of loose planks in which we can engage with, and upon pushing them down, will reveal a small spot that holds a coffin. This coffin is locked by a hard lock, and getting into it can yield some pretty decent loot. On the topic of that conversation, before we leave Gutted Mine, there are a bunch of silver veins as well as other coffins that we can look into. Once we looted everything of our desire, we can exit the dungeon and fast travel back to the shrine. Once arrived, we can approach the statue of the Daedric prince and interact with it.
Thank you, mortal. Their spirits are free, and henceforth above my shrine, 5 bright candles shall burn forever in memory of their sacrifice. For your service, take this token, that your deeds might be entered in the Book of Fate.
And with that, we get a notification that the quest is over, and Azura has rewarded us with a Daedric artifact. Before taking a look, we quickly speak with Mel's Marion for some dialogue.
What is your wish, you who have been blessed by Our Lady's voice?
We ask him about the Shrine of Azura.
The great lady has spoken. To you alone. The moon and star shall be your guide.
Exiting the conversation, we can now take a look at our Daedric artifact. We've been given something rather unique. Normally, a Daedric prince gives us a weapon or a piece of armor. However, Azura gave us something called Azura's Star. Azura's Star falls under the stones category, and essentially what it does is it acts as a reusable soul gem. So instead of having to go out and buy or find grand soul gems, every soul captured that's not an NPC will get processed into a grand soul and stored into Azura's Star. I definitely think that this is one of the more universally useful Daedric artifacts that we can receive. It's definitely up there with the Skeleton Key and the Ring of Namira. So now, let's switch the conversation away from this quest and move it towards some lore on Azura as well as Azura's Star. Beginning with Azura herself and reading directly from the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages, a little introduction goes as follows. Azura is a Daedric prince whose sphere is dawn and dusk, the magic in between realms of twilight, as well as mystery and magic, fate and prophecy, and vanity and egotism. Azura is one of the few Daedra who maintains the appearance of being good by mortal standards, and reportedly feels more concern for the well-being of her mortal subjects than other Daedric princes. It is said that she wants their love above all else and for her worshippers to love themselves. It pains her when they do not. This attitude leads to an extremely devoted following. She is also one of the few princes who constantly maintains a female image and is perceived accordingly. In Khajiit creation myths, Azura is credited with introducing moon sugar to Khajiit, and this belief is also told within tales aimed at Khajiiti children. Reading a little more, the 5 Songs of King Wolfhearth claims that Alandro's soul is the immortal son of Azura. While Azura is considered one of the good Daedra by the Dunmer of Morrowind, elsewhere she has been known to be allied with Molag Bal, who is known to the Dunmer as one of the 4 corners of the House of Troubles. The people of the Illic Bay region believe that Azura bewitches some of her followers to become her lovers and virtual slaves. Her followers acknowledge that she is cruel, but wise. So it does seem as though in the grand scheme of things, Azura is definitely one of the less cruel and less evil Daedric princes. Yes, there is still technically manipulation and mind control going on, to where she can bewitch her followers into forever worshipping her. However, there really isn't any tales of torture, sacrifice, or murder. So with that being said, Azura climbs the ranks in our books. So now, let's move the conversation over to Azura's Star. As mentioned before, Azura's Star is a reusable Grand Soul Gem. We can use it not only for recharging our weapons, but also for creating new enchantments. To me, this makes this Daedric artifact universally useful to any class that you can play as. If for some reason you wanted to sell it, it could fetch a value of 2,500 gold. Azura's Star makes a feature in the following games: Daggerfall, Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim. According to the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages, and beginning with the Daggerfall entry, an unknown agent of the Blades received the star from the previous owner, a worshipper of Azura, in return for killing a priest in the Illic Bay area who had insulted the prince by condemning her sphere of egotism. As for the Morrowind entry, the star was returned to the mortal realm when the Nerevarine did a service for Azura in the 3rd era year 427. She and Sheogorath had a wager that Azura's priestess, Reyna Drolin, could live in silence for 100 years. The time was almost up, so Sheogorath sent his Golden Saint champion, Stada, to lead his servants to disturb the priestess on her secluded island, located in the Sheogorad region of Vardenfell. The Nerevarine banished the Mad God's Daedric servants and was given the star in return. We know of the events that transpired in Oblivion, and as for the events in Skyrim, the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages reads, in the 4th era year 201, the last Dragonborn was summoned to the Shrine of Azura south of Winterhold, built by the Dunmer refugees who fled from Morrowind. Arania Lenith, Azura's priestess, tasked the Dragonborn with finding her lost artifact. Azura's message led the Dragonborn to Nelacar, a mage living in Winterhold who was once a member of the college there. He knew of Varen and directed the Dragonborn to Ilinalta's Deep. There, the Dragonborn found the broken black star and was captured by it. The interior of the star consisted of crystalline paths suspended in a void and was home to Varen and his Dremora minions. The Dragonborn destroyed Varen's soul and had to decide whether to give the star to Lenith, who would have Azura restore the artifact, or bring it to Nelacar, who offered to complete Varen's work and permanently corrupt the artifact, leaving it as the Black Star. It is unknown which option the Dragonborn chose. With that, thus officially ends Azura's Daedric Shrine quest. We go through and discuss the Tournament of 10 Bloods, which occurs during Boethia's Daedric Shrine quest. In order to engage with their Daedric Shrine, we must be at least level 20. If we haven't come across the shrine yet, and weren't sure on where to start looking, there are some in-game resources that can help us out. The first method is by reading the book titled Modern Heretics. This book can be found in either Cloud Ruler Temple or in the Mystic Archives of the Arcane University. Reading it will mark Azura's Shrine on our map, as well as unlock dialogue prompts that will lead us to Boethia's. An alternative book to read is titled The Refugees. This book will increase our light armor skill and can also be found in Cloud Ruler Temple or purchased from the 1st edition bookstore in the Imperial City District. However, only the Cloud Ruler Temple copy will progress our search for Daedric Shrines. By reading these books, both Modern Heretics and The Refugees, this offers up some unique dialogue options with various NPCs. We'll be given the conversation topic of Daedric Shrines. Now, it seems like most of the helpful answers offered for this topic come during the Blood of the Daedra quest for the main storyline. So, if that quest is our current one, we can go to Cheydinhal and speak with Ulain Hlurvu about the city.
I'm Ulaini Lervu, Castle Mage. Perhaps you've been warned off me as a scandalous, blasphemous scoffer and cynic. The characterization is completely accurate. I despise the gods and those who bow before them. The Azura Coven and the Gerals north of Cheydinhal. Nice folks. Nothing like the blood-drinking Daedra worshippers everyone raves about. A waste of time, of course, worshipping gods in the first place. But at least they're not raving lunatics. You worship the 9 divines, perhaps. Have they ever helped or harmed you? Of course not. Now worship a Daedra lord and you get effects. Bad ones, of course, but clear and measurable effects.
She marks Azura's shrine on our map, which is fine. However, we want Boethia's shrine's location. So, we go to Borba's goods and stores to speak with Borba Gra Uzgash. She'll show us various dungeons and ruins around the area and mark them on our map, which is fine. However, she'll also tell us this. A shrine to Azura lies in the Geral Mountains, far to the north, towards the Skyrim border. And I think there's a shrine to Boethia high in the Vallis Mountains, southeast of Cheydinhal. From here, the location will be marked on our map and we can start making our way towards it. Boethia, the Daedric prince, goes by many different names. The Prince of Plots, the Dark Warrior, Queen of Shadows, Goddess of Destruction, Hunger, and He Who Destroys and She Who Erases are among a few of them. Boethia is obsessed with battle, war, blood, and killing. Boethium's realm of Oblivion is called Attribution's Share. Exactly what awaits us, or what trials and tribulations we'll need to overcome, are unknown. The shrine is on the edge of Vallis Mountains and is directly east of Squandered Mine, southeast of Fort Nassau, and north-northeast of Fort Fascian. It isn't as easily accessible as other shrines and requires us to scale up some mountains. The exact pathway we take will vary the terrain's difficulty. We work our way across the faces and finally end up at Boethia's shrine. There are 3 worshippers here, as per usual, Pajin, Tolvasa Sendis, and Haquan. We speak with each of them for information.
There's nothing to see here. Why don't you just go home?
This location is supposed to be secret. Not secret enough, obviously.
You approach the shrine of Boethia. Tread lightly. You believe yourself worthy to approach the shrine of Boethia? Perhaps. Or perhaps you will be slaughtered. It is your choice. You are brave, or suicidal. Approach then, and make an offering. Boethia demands a Daedra's heart.
Haquan has told us that we need to offer 1 Daedra heart to Boethia in order to gain an audience with the Daedric prince. With this character, we haven't even gone near an Oblivion gate yet, but there are a few places where we can acquire one pretty easily. The first location is the main ingredient in the Imperial City Market District. Ogier Yorick will have 2 for sale at 45 gold apiece. The next spot that we can take a look at is the Anvil Fighters Guild Hall. If we go all the way up to the top floor, titled Company Offices, we'll see one for the taking in a display case, along with a Minotaur's Horn and an Elven Ceremonial Cuirass. Of course, there are also a variety of other ways to obtain hearts, including Oblivion Gates and various ruins. They can only be collected off of Dremora, Zivalai, and Aurorans from the Knights of the Nine DLC. Once we have the heart, we can return back to the Daedric Shrine and offer it up to Boethia.
Why do you summon me? You are not one of my faithful. Do you hope to be counted among my chosen? Then prove yourself to me, mortal. I shall open a portal for you to one of my realms in Oblivion. Go and take your place in my tournament of 10 bloods. Survive, and you will be rewarded. Fail, and your soul belongs to me.
Behind us, a unique Oblivion gate has opened up. It's similar in looks to the one we saw in Periite's Daedric Shrine quest. We're to participate in something called the Tournament of 10 Bloods. Whatever that is, we know that we should prepare ourselves for a hefty battle. Gear and consumables in check, we walk up to the gate, interact with it, and get teleported away. We spawn into a hellscape setting. We're trapped in a cage and are surrounded by lava. Dead ahead of us, however, is a pathway leading to a small island. We interact with the cage, and it begins.
Welcome, Lord, to the Tournament of 10 Bloods. To your right, through each of 9 gates, another chosen awaits you.
The details of this plane are similar to what we would see in Mehrunes Dagon's realm. Spikes, lava, rocky grounds, fires, and mutilated corpses. In the center of this arena island is a grand statue of Boethia himself, proving his dominance and rule over this location. There are gates to both our left and right. As mentioned by Boethia himself, we wander over to the eastern or right gate.
The gate is open. Go forth and greet my chosen orc.
The gate opens and we see an orc clad in Daedric armor. She comes charging at us with an ebony battle axe, enchanted with some form of frost spell. We play it safe and try to keep our distance, ensuring that only few of her hits land, which also means less of our attacks are successful. She gets our health down by about a third. We decide to get in close and swing away with everything we've got. She staggers backwards, and before she has a chance to heal, she falls to our blade.
Alas, poor orc. This was not your finest hour.
The treasures and spoils for this challenge don't come from chests, but rather the loot from our fallen enemies. Be sure to loot all of our dead competitors before we move on, as they can have some amazing gear on them. We approach the next gate.
Greet the war-hardened Redguard. Fight for my glory, chosen one.
The second gate opens up and a Redguard in glass armor runs at us. She wields a glass mace that drains our willpower with each hit. She defends herself with an elven shield. When we block, her hits don't deal too much damage to us. The real problem would be if we were a spellcaster, which, lucky for us, we aren't. Her heavy hits certainly do more damage to us, and she heals herself, bringing her back into the fight. We get in close and unleash a few heavy attacks, killing our opponent.
In the scales of testing, Redguard, you are tried and found wanting.
We move on to the third gate.
Through the gate, my wood elf waits. Hurry, and do not disappoint me.
We walk through and see a wood elf in glass armor aiming us down with their bow. Even while blocking, the damage dealt by arrows is pretty significant, so we have to ensure we make quick work of them. We take a few arrows and get in close enough to where they switch their weapons to a Daedric mace. It's here we unleash a flurry of attacks and best the wood elf.
Alas for the honor of Valenwood, the wood elf.
We move on to the fourth gate.
Beyond this gate is my Argonian challenger. She is a clever thing, and eager for your blood.
An Argonian in orcish armor charges out the gate, bow in hand. The first arrow fired manages to paralyze our character. She gets a couple of free hits in and brings our health down to 2/3. We follow the Argonian to a rock wall and get in close. From here, she switches to a Daedric claymore and we both hack away at each other. She gets our health down to less than half, which I would consider a close call. Before she can heal, we cut her down, ending her life. We loot the Argonian before hearing Boethia's comment, but the Daedric prince says, "How sad. The Argonian was a poor thing. Let her go." We move on to the fifth gate.
Here you face the swift and subtle battle. Go through the gate, chosen, and test your fate.
In a flash, we see something fly off the rock face and into the lava. Seconds later, we get this dialogue.
What a pity. For the Breton, it is over.
The lava is a very valid way to easily kill our opponents. The issue is we run the risk of not being able to loot their bodies exactly like this experience. We move on to the 6th gate.
The Dark Elves are my favored people, but I am fair. The outcome is in your hands.
A Dark Elf archer emerges from the gate and approaches us. He loosens some arrows at us, but we get up in his face to force close combat. We hit him and he runs backwards, trapping himself on the edge of the bridge. Eventually, he falls beneath it and we lose sight of him. Soon, we hear cries of pain, followed by one last yelp, and get this dialogue.
A valiant effort, Dark Elf, but take comfort. Your spirit is mine.
We move on to the 7th gate.
Your High Elf opponent is cool and confident. Go, let the contest begin.
A High Elf conjurer comes running at us with a Staff of Shock. She summons a headless zombie and casts a plethora of spells at us. As soon as we meet her for combat, she runs off of the bridge and falls down into the lava.
The price of failure. A final fanfare for the High Elf. Farewell.
We move on to the 8th gate.
With his keen mind and eyes, the Imperial measures you. Give him what he seeks.
An Imperial male in Daedric armor comes charging at us with a war axe. He casts some destruction spells and hacks away at our character. As soon as we get a few hits in, he staggers backwards, showing us we need to continue with our pressing attack. He stumbles again and shortly succumbs to his wounds and dies.
No, I'm afraid this Imperial was not the one.
We move on to the 9th gate.
My conscience is quick and cunning. Go, seek him out. See whose blood is quicker.
A Khajiit in glass armor wielding an ebony warhammer runs out and meets us in combat. Similar to the previous opponent, as soon as we get a few hits in, he too staggers backwards. We lose sight of him in the flames of his attacks. We give one good swing in his direction, making contact and killing our foe.
The others are dust. You alone, Lord, remain. First and last. Go now. Beyond the next gate. Your portal waits.
All 9 opponents are defeated and we're crowned the victor. It seems as though Boethia pinned every playable race of men, mer, and beastfolk against one another to see who would come out as the strongest peoples. Whichever race your character plays is whom you'll replace in this tournament.
I have opened a portal for your return to the world of men. Go now, chosen one, and claim your prize.
We're a Nord, so we fought for the free people of Skyrim. Before leaving, we have one last chance to loot our fallen foes for their spoils. Once we've taken everything that we desire, we can take the portal back to Cyrodiil. We're teleported back to the shrine.
You have returned, and you are not a corpse. Boethia may be pleased by this. You who have returned from Boethia's realm, approach the shrine and learn your fate.
We speak with Boethia.
I greet you, chosen one. A victory in my tournament of 10 bloods brings great honor. Take Goldbrand, shield it in your enemies, and offer their souls as praise to me.
With that, we've completed Boethia's Daedric Shrine quest and received our reward of the enchanted, unique, and leveled weapon of Goldbrand. Looking at its stats, it has a value of 6,615 gold, a weight of 52, deals 27 base damage, and has the enchantment of fire damage for 22 points on strike. Goldbrand appears in the form of a katana with an onyx handle and a gold blade. It acts as a one-handed longsword. Goldbrand is our character's strongest weapon now and will likely be using it going forward. Goldbrand is an ancient artifact that was crafted by the dragons and bestowed upon the Nordic warrior Sivir. Goldbrand can be found in the book Tamrielic Lore written by Yagram Bagarn. The article on it reads, "This magical sword is almost a complete mystery. Thieves tell tales about its golden make and how it was actually forged by ancient dragons of the north. Their tales claim that it was given to a great knight who was sworn to protect the dragons. The sword lends its wielder the ability to do fire damage on an enemy. Goldbrand has not been cited in recent history and is said to be awaiting a worthy hero. During the events of Morrowind, Goldbrand was gifted to the Nerevarine after they had paid an orc sculptor to build a new statue dedicated to Boethia as per request of the Daedric prince, as the original was lost to time and landscape change. During the events of the Great War, Goldbrand was wielded by a Dremora whom was in the service of Lord Narfine, the Thalmor general. The Dremora, Reeve, was killed and the blade was returned to the tomb of Sidver in the mountains of Skyrim. Years later, the Dragonborn took up the task of retrieving the blade from Dragon Priest Magrathi's tomb, as apparently Magrathi had slain Sidver's brother over a petty dispute, leaving Goldbrand in the possession of our character in Skyrim. Its later whereabouts are unknown, or rather, to be written about still. We're going to be going through and discussing Clavicus Vile's Daedric Shrine quest, and in turn, we'll also be learning about the story of Umbra. To begin, we must find the Shrine of Clavicus Vile. Nobody in the game will tell us where it is. We have to find it on our own. Lucky for us, if we're traveling along the Gold Road headed towards Anvil, we might see the icon on our compass. The shrine is located in the West Weald, on the eastern side of the Gold Road as it travels south, near Lake Rumare and between Fort Virtue and the Aeolid ruin of Seadatar. If you travel along the old bridge and discover the Aeolid ruin of Vindicel, you'll be at Clavicus Vile's shrine in no time. Arriving, we see that the Daedra Lord has 3 worshippers, as per usual. The Wood Elf Anadel, the Orc Golgro Burbog, and the Khajiit Maraska. Speaking to all of them sounds like this.
I played Lord Vile's game and lost my soul. Small loss, I think.
He's a hard master, but he delivers. I gave my word, and an orc honors his word. You approach the shrine of Clavicus Vile. You should not be here unless you have business with Lord Clavicus.
We ask about the shrine.
Here we worship Lord Clavicus. Do you have business with the Daedra?
We ask what business.
There are many deals to be made, even with a god. You could find great wealth, or painful death. If you wish to bargain with Clavicus Vile, approach with an offering of 500 gold, and hope the Lord smiles on your offering. Make a bargain or do not. You must choose.
If we wish to do a potentially risky bargain, we can speak with the Shrine of Clavicus Vile. If we leave now, we don't have to worry about gambling away our life. On the other hand, we could come out of this with some never-before-seen riches. We decide to take the risk. We make our offering.
A mortal! Wonderful. Always a pleasure. Perhaps you'll do service for me, mortal, and I'll reward you. A fair bargain, don't you think? You will retrieve for me a sword, a very special sword. It contains the soul of Umbra, a hero I have had dealings with in the past. Bring the sword to me, and I'll reward you with my mask. You'll not find a better bargain, mortal. Begin your search in Hell's Gate.
We receive a quest update as well as a statuette of a dog was added to our inventory for some strange reason. Clavicus Vile said we should begin our look for Umbra in the settlement of Hell's Gate. Fortunately for us, we already have it discovered, and it's relatively close even if we didn't. We fast travel over.
Hello! Hey, pay attention! In your pack, the dog. I swear, you heroes aren't particularly quick on the uptake. Good. Got your attention. I'm Barnes, the Hound of Clavicus Vile.
What?
Not that I've always been hound, or always been called Barnes.
Traps. Thousands of years.
I've also been a Red Guard. For a while I was a scamp, making deals with orcs. But for now, I am his hound, and I serve the Lord Clavicus.
That's never happened before.
A word of advice here. You've made a bad deal. This Umbra, bad business. Things always end badly where that one's concerned. Clavicus has always been a little blind to that, and it'll end badly this time too. So just leave things be. Walk away. It's your best bet, really.
So it turns out the statuette of a dog that was added to our inventory actually contains an entity. This entity doesn't think we should uphold our end of the bargain with Clavicus Vile. Before we come to any conclusions, we speak with the citizens of Pell's Gate.
Welcome to Pell's Gate. What brings you around here?
We ask about Pell's Gate.
We are a small community. Mostly keep to ourselves. Can't say it isn't nice to see a new face around, though.
We ask about Umbra.
Umbra? You need to speak with Iroki the Wide. I've got nothing to say about Umbra.
Clearly Umbra is a bit of a sore subject with the citizens of Pell's Gate. We try to speak with the other settlers, but they offer the same dialogue. So we find Iroki the Wide and speak with him.
Welcome to Pell's Gate. What brings you around here?
We ask him about Umbra.
I know of Umbra. But you're a stranger to me, and I'm not talking.
We cast a Beguiling Touch on Iroki the Wide and grease him up a little bit with some septims, then try again.
Something? Umbra? That's a name I haven't heard in a while. And it's not one you should be using around Pell's Gate either. Before I go on, let's clear something up. Are you here asking about the sword or the person? Which is it?
We say we're asking about the person.
Who is Umbra? I can tell you who Umbra used to be. Lenwyn. She's my apprentice, at least she was, until she found that sword. Never did say where it came from. She just showed up with it one day. Said it was called Umbra. But she was different. She'd always been fair with a sword, but she began looking for fights, became bloodthirsty, then started calling herself Umbra after the sword. Finally signed on with some mercenaries, but I heard that ended too. We haven't seen her in years.
Now we ask to learn more about the sword.
It's a powerful sword, no doubt about that. Jet black, got a wicked edge on it, and they say it can steal a man's soul.
We ask where Umbra is now.
Can't say for sure. Some say they've seen her nearby, near the Vindasal ruins. Might just be wishful thinking, though. If she's around, she hasn't come into Pell's Gate. Nor should she. I fear that girl is long gone. If you seek her out, take care. She's a powerful one, or at least that sword is. I'd steer clear if I was you.
We ask about Umbra one more time.
I can't tell you any more than I already have. I'm sorry.
Through Iroki the Wide, we got the scoop on Umbra, who previously was known as Lenwyn, as well as what the sword actually is. The sword has the ability to turn people into bloodthirsty killers, and according to Iroki, it's because it has the ability to steal a man's soul. We pop open our map and see that we've already discovered the alien ruins of Vindasal. Even if we hadn't, the ruins are not far off, so we could easily walk over. Vindasal only contains one zone. This zone consists of 7 nuisance animals as well as our target Umbra. Down here we'll also encounter 2 traps, 1 gas trap and 1 spike pit. Eventually we'll make it through all of the enemies and traps and end up in a central room. Here there's clearly a camp set up with food on a table, a bedroll, a chest, a campfire, and more importantly, Umbra herself. We approach Lenwyn and speak with her.
You risk much by speaking to me. You should leave this place. Now.
We ask about Umbra.
Umbra is my blade. It is who I am. Who I was meant to be. For years I have fed my blade the souls of man and mer. Warriors and priests, kings and paupers, men, women, and children, all have bled for me. I have seen them all fall. And still, Umbra hungers for more.
We ask about Pell's Gate.
Do not speak to me of that place. It was another lifetime. It was before I became what I am now. Perhaps they sent you to kill me. Are they worried I might come in the night and burn their village down around them? No matter. I am what I've become, and I know my fate. But what of you? What is it you seek? My death? My blade? I offer you a choice. more than I have offered most. Stay here and die, or leave now and live your life. Speak to me again when your mind is set.
This is your out, friend. Leave it alone. How about we just march on back to the shrine and tell Clavicus the deal is off? Sure, he'll be a bit put off, but you won't be dead. At least, you probably won't. That's better odds than you're getting here.
So we're faced with a few options. Number 1 is we can stay and fight Umbra and retrieve the sword. Or number 2, we can return back to the shrine of Clavicus Vile and tell him we don't have the sword. We're going to explore both options, but first we'll try the pathway of not fighting.
I assume you've made your choice. Umbra hungers. What shall it be?
We tell her we'll leave in peace.
A wise choice. I have spilled too much blood already, and though I hunger for more, spilling yours would not please me. Go now. Do not return.
Good move, kid. Some things are better left alone. Let's get back to the shrine. I'll smooth things over with the big guy. I'm sure he'll understand.
We leave the ruins of Vindasal and fast travel back to the shrine. Here, we speak with Clavicus Vile.
You will break our bargain? You dare trifle with me? Take care, mortal. Clavicus Vile watches you now, and waits.
So with that, that's one of multiple ways to end this quest.
Oh well, been good knowing you, kid. Back to being his hound for me. As for you, good luck, I guess. I've met worse.
Speaking with any of Clavicus's worshippers sounds like this.
You have reneged on your bargain with Lord Clavicus. You are not welcome here.
So, with this ending, it technically does complete the quest. We don't get any reward, but there are also no consequences. We do end up losing our 500 gold, but no matter what, that would happen in any of the outcomes. In this case, we just don't get anything in return. In theory, you could return back to Vindasal and defeat Umbra. This way, you can still get her sword, even her armor, but there would be no quest tied to it. Now, we're going to explore the pathway of challenging Umbra to combat. She's clad in ebony armor, and the Umbra sword itself is pretty powerful. We equip our best gear and speak with her.
I assume you've made your choice. Umbra hungers. What shall it be?
We say we fight.
Come then, try your luck. Feel the bite of Umbra.
Both us and Lenwyn unsheath our weapons, and the fight begins. Her health certainly isn't bad. We're using a fully charged gold brand, so we're able to deal quite a lot of damage, including our fire enchantment. When we time our blocks correctly, she doesn't deal that much damage to us. However, she did get a few good hits in, and even managed to send us flying back. The battle goes back and forth for a little bit. It's obvious we're going to win, given our gear and stats. However, if things were different, there's a chance that she could have bested us. Eventually, we deliver the killing blow, ending Lenwyn's life. We take a look and see if we could use her armor. However, it's not as good as our current set, so instead we just take the sword. We get a quest update, and Barbas begins speaking to us.
I'm telling you, don't bring that sword back to Clavicus. It'll ruin him, I'm sure. I mean, not completely. He's still a Daedric prince and all that. Look, keep the sword if you want. That's your decision. But don't give it back to Clavicus. He doesn't know what's good for him sometimes.
Again, Barbas keeps trying to convince us not to bring the sword to Clavicus, and there's good personal gain not to. By not giving the sword back to Clavicus, it remains in our inventory and actually has a weight of 0. We can go through the rest of the game using this overpowered sword and not feeling the effects of its overall weight. Otherwise, it weighs around 50 pounds and can really have a negative impact on our adventuring and plundering experiences. We see a bandit in the distance and decide to test out the sword for ourselves. Like originally stated, it has a weight of 0 and an overall damage rating of 29. As for its enchantment, it has soul capture for up to 120 seconds on strike. It's certainly not a bad blade to use. It deals quite a lot of damage, and it's a long sword, so its reach and attack speed certainly aren't bad. The issue, again, is that it is a 50-pound sword. So if your character isn't very proficient in strength, it will take up a lot of inventory space. which is why maybe not handing in the blade could be your best bet. On the other hand, we do have a few options when we return back to Clavicus Vile. One of them is to hand the sword over, and the other is to keep it for ourselves. We begin by exploring the pathway of keeping Umbra.
You've brought the sword! Now give it to me, as we agreed. Umbra and I have unfinished business.
We refuse to hand the sword over.
You would dare? We had a bargain, little hero. You would risk my wrath for a pitiful little sword? I will be watching you, mortal, and waiting.
We get a notification that we completed the quest, and this is the second outcome of the Clavicus Vile Daedric Shrine.
Oh well, been good knowing you, kid. Back to being his hound for me. As for you, good luck, I guess. I've met worse.
Barbas gives us the same farewell speech, and the worshippers of Clavicus Vile have the same dialogue towards us as the previous outcome. Looking into our inventory, we still possess the Daedric Sword of Umbra. However, now it has a weight of 45 pounds as opposed to 0. In my opinion, this is tied for the worst of the 4 or so outcomes for this quest. It seems that the only positives are that now you can sell the sword, or you could remove it from your inventory. If you don't care about being a completionist with all of the quests, it's at this point I would advise to probably just stay away from the shrine, as having a very powerful sword like Umbra that also has soul capturing abilities with a weight of 0 will be far more useful in the future than one you can sell for gold. Now, let's have a little chat about Umbra. Even though this sword is obtained through a Daedric quest, it cannot be used in the main questline's Blood of the Daedra. Umbra's appearance is unique in that it's a jet black sword, and it's designed unlike any other that we see in the game. Its enchantment of Soul Trap for 120 seconds can be used for up to 125 strikes. If your character needed a quick payout, you could sell the sword for 5,508 gold. Umbra even has its own passage in Tamrielic lore written by Yagram Bagarn. The passage reads, "The Umbra sword was enchanted by the ancient witch Nainra Ware, and its sole purpose was the entrapment of souls. Used in conjunction with a soul gem, the sword allows the wielder the opportunity to imprison an enemy's soul in the gem. Nainra was executed for her evil creation, but not before she was able to hide the sword. The Umbra sword is very choosy when it comes to owners, and therefore remains hidden until a worthy one is found." We'll get more into the specific lores of Umbra in just a bit, but first, let's explore the last pathway for this quest, handing over the sword.
You've brought the sword! Now give it to me, as we agreed. Umbra and I have unfinished business.
We choose to hand over Umbra.
Excellent! A pitiful sword with a pitiful soul in exchange for a mask fit for a god. You've gotten the better of this bargain, mortal. Now, I have business to attend to. Run along. Perhaps I'll be looking for you again.
We get a quest update, and Barbas gives us the exact same farewell speech. Speaking with any of the worshippers now brings this dialogue.
You have pleased the Lord Clavicus. A wise decision.
We're awarded with the Daedric artifact, Mask of Clavicus Vile, which can be used for the Blood of the Daedra quest. It has a unique look to it, is heavy armor, has an overall armor rating of 6, and has the enchantment of Fortify Personality for 20 points on self. At this point, you take your pick of whether or not you want the enchanted sword with soul capture, or the enchanted helmet that helps your personality. It seems like the best 2 outcomes are to hand the sword in to receive the Mask of Clavicus Vile, or, like I said before, to stay away from the shrine and keep the sword as a 0 weight item. The Mask of Clavicus Vile also appears as an entry in Tamrielic lore written by Yagram Bagarn. The entry reads, "Ever the Vain One, Clavicus Vile, made a mask suited to his own personality. The bearer of the mask is more likely to get a positive response from the people of Tamriel. The higher his personality, the larger the bonus." The best known story of the mask tells the tale of Avile, a noble woman of some renown. As a young girl, she was grossly disfigured by a spiteful servant. Avile made a dark deal with Clavicus Vile and received the mask in return. Though the mask did not change her looks, suddenly she had the respect and admiration of everyone. A year and a day after her marriage to a well-connected baron, Clavicus Vile reclaimed the mask. Although pregnant with his child, Avile was banished from the baron's household. 21 years and 1 day later, Avalay's daughter claimed her vengeance by slaying the Baron. Before we close out this video, let's see if we can answer two important questions. One is what happened to Lenwyn, and the other is what exactly is Umbra? Beginning with the former, we unfortunately don't have clear answers on this. Umbra is a wood elf originally named Lenwyn. Lenwyn was a settler at Pel's Gate and apprenticed under the Nord, Oroki the Wide. We don't know much about Oroki other than he's a barbarian, so Lenwyn was likely learning the techniques of close combat directly through him. It was through these acquired skills that she was able to defeat a lot of opponents using Umbra, which eventually led to her mind being poisoned, as she says her and the blade are one and the same now. She admits that at first she killed only those she thought as her enemies, but as time went on, the sword's so-called insatiable hunger for souls led to her killing the innocent, including children. She's aware of her horrific actions, and that's why she resides deep in the Ayleid ruin of Vindasal, to stay away from the unsuspecting. As for the sword, it's never stated how or where she found it. All we know is that there's clearly some dark magic attached to it, and Clavicus Vile wants it, which, those two facts put together, definitely spells trouble. Now, this leads us into the second question, which might also shed some light for the first question. What exactly is Umbra? In Tamrielic lore, we heard about Naenra Ware coming to a deal with Clavicus Vile, which resulted in the creation of the sword. What's left out is the sword was supposed to be used as a tool to send souls to Clavicus Vile directly, not to ensnare them in soul gems. The sword itself was too powerful and in turn became unstable. Clavicus himself had to infuse some of his power into the sword in order to regain control over it. However, the sword's instability was actually a lie spun up by the witch Naenra, and this excess power given to the sword actually allowed it to become its own sentient being, aka Umbra. This is where the story continues, and Clavicus Vile, enraged, has Naenra Ware executed. However, before he can take back his power, she hid the sword from him, making it lost to time. And as time goes on, Umbra goes through the cycle of being found and wielded by a mortal, who in turn slowly becomes claimed and possessed by the blade. The mortal feeds Umbra's hunger for souls until eventually they're killed and the blade passes on into obscurity until a new owner finds and claims it for themselves. The sword came into the possession of the Nerevarine during the events of Morrowind when an orc warrior asked to be bested in combat, as no one else could defeat him. During the events of the Fourth Era, the sword was delivered back to Clavicus Vile's realm of the Fields of Regret. Here, Umbra actually took the form of a being. It's said to have been a dark black figure with no features other than two empty holes for eyes. Umbra managed to take away some of Clavicus's power for itself. Through the aid of two Dunmer, Sol, and Vohan, the three created a floating city called Umbriel, which was powered by souls and acted as a way for Umbra to get away from Vile's Daedric realm. Through this action, Umbra and Vohan became one, calling themselves Umbriel. Important to note is that at this point, Umbra the being and Umbra the sword had become two different entities. Anyone who possessed the sword while Umbra the being was not there to stabilize it was driven insane. The floating city of Umbriel was summoned back to Mundus in year 48 of the Fourth Era. Sometime later, the sword was actually used against Umbriel and Vohan, and the two were separated into their own beings once again. The sword was thought to have been destroyed after these events, as Sol and the sword disappeared into smoke and Clavicus regained his lost power. The sword, however, makes an appearance during the events of Skyrim, as the Dragonborn must defeat Cressitus, an imperial treasure hunter who had happened across the sword during a mishap on one of his adventures. The sword consumed him, and he began calling himself Umbra. The sword must have found its way from Morrowind to Oblivion, either by Lenwyn herself or by someone else, potentially someone she killed. Lenwyn was likely marked as soon as she came in proximity of the sword, exactly like what happened to Cressitus. Perhaps she was injured and the sword healed and manipulated her. If she was testing her combat skills out in the wild and ended up gravely wounded during battle, this could very well have happened. Umbra would have sensed Lenwyn's life force depleting and took advantage of her, poisoning her mind. It seems like the events of us returning the sword back to Clavicus Vile are canon, as the sword is then brought over to the Fields of Regret, where the rest of history plays out. Thus concludes the story of Umbra and Clavicus Vile's Daedric Shrine quest. we're going to be going through and discussing Hermaeus Mora's Daedric Shrine quest in the Elder Scrolls 4, Oblivion. There are a few requirements that we need to meet in order to even begin this quest. For starters, we must be at least level 20. Secondly, we would have had to have at least started the main quest, Blood of the Daedra, which is right after Brumagate. We had to have completed every single other Daedric Shrine quest. Not including Hermaeus Mora's, there are 14 other Daedric Shrines. And for 2 out of those 14 quests, namely Boethia and Clavicus Vile, you also need to be level 20. So it's safe to say that it might take a little bit before you get to Hermaeus Mora's. However, once all of the prerequisites are taken care of, the second we decide for our character to sleep and get some rest, we're approached by an unexpected visitor.
You are summoned by the Lord Hermaeus Mora. He sees your path. He sees all things. Make your way to his shrine.
This mysterious stranger, Castaflavus, approaches us and tells us that Hermaeus Mora has summoned us.
Go to his shrine. See what lies ahead.
He offers no further dialogue. Even more eerie, Castaflavus, after delivering his message, doesn't move or go anywhere. Usually, after delivering their piece, messengers tend to wander off and go about the rest of their day, but not Castaflavus. Popping open our journal, we see that the Hermaeus Mora quest is actually active right now. This is unique in the sense that normally we have to go out of our way to get the quest from the shrine. We see that this Daedric shrine is in the northwestern part of the province, and our nearest discovered location is Echo Cave. We begin to travel west on an unmarked path. The path in of itself is relatively simple, however, we do face quite a lot of powerful enemies on the way. For example, we hit a bridge that had a relatively low overhead. Our horse was unable to get by, and we had attracted the attention of multiple mountain lions. Within mere seconds after dismounting, the mountain lions had actually killed our horse, and we were left to go on foot. Not long after the deadly altercation, a bandit meets us halfway on the bridge and begins attacking us. She's no problem to take out, and we continue onwards. Along the way, we encounter some ogres, which one at a time are not very tricky to deal with, but after running by a nearby Oblivion gate, as well as a brown bear, the fight in of itself becomes pretty hairy. The Oblivion spawn come to join the fight, the bear puts up some pretty impressive attacks, and the ogre's health is quite mighty. However, once all of our fights are over with, the pathway eventually gets to a point where it splits off. One direction keeps heading west while the other twists north. If we take the one heading north and follow our compass, we'll pretty quickly arrive at the shrine of Hermaeus Mora. As is pretty standard with the Daedric shrines, there are 3 worshippers as well as the statue of the deity. The worshippers are Brucius Longus, Narasa Addis, and Regir. Something else that's quite unique about this quest is that we don't actually have to speak with any of the worshippers in order to begin it. In fact, none of them even offer any interesting or quest-related dialogue. The only 2 that have something unique but not quite interesting to say are Regir and Andis.
You better have the right offering or you're wasting your time here.
Daedra lords demand offerings and services. If you won't do as you're told, just forget about it.
Interactions aside, because we've already met the requirements for this quest, we can simply approach the statue of Hermaeus Mora and engage with it.
A few have served my brethren, and now you come to serve me. I am Hermaeus Mora. Past, present, and future are as one to me. My followers seek to perform a divination. For this, they need souls. One of each of the sentient races. You provide these. I give you a spell to trap these souls. Return to me when you have finished. When you do, I will further your journey on your true path.
With that, we receive a quest update. Hermaeus Mora's quest for us is actually a lot simpler than other Daedric quests we've been given. All we have to do is capture the soul from every playable race within the game. Hermaeus Mora even gives us a special soul gem for the task, quite aptly named Hermaeus Mora's Soul Gem. He also gave us a spell called Mora's Soul Trap, which casts a soul trap spell for up to 120 seconds on any target. Just for some extra dialogue, we speak with Regir.
The Lord Hermaeus has set you on a new path. Follow it and return to him.
Now, the fun part begins. Quite obviously, you can find any of the 10 races all across Cyrodiil and the Shivering Isles. For our very first soul claim, we traveled to the alien ruin called Sardavar Lead. Here, it was sort of out of good fortune that we found an Altmer. We cast the Mora's soul trap on her and slew her pretty quickly. As soon as you successfully capture a new soul for Hermaeus Mora, you get a quest update telling you such. Now, according to the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages, there are some pretty easy ways we can capture all 10 souls pretty quickly. For starters, if you have yet to initiate the arena questline, if you were to begin it right now, you would fight every single race within the first 3 ranks of competing. Another great tactic would include finding vampire dungeons in old forts, ruins, and caves. Most vampire nests include NPCs from 8 of the 10 races, making a quick dungeon crawl likely worth our time. Referencing back to our journey, we were able to walk to a nearby encampment called Sweetwater Camp and find a Dunmer bandit bowman to take the life of. We turned to the bearing of east and begin to walk along the road. Here, we're lucky enough that a Nord marauder spots us from the nearby Fort Elysia. Together, with the help of a patrolling Imperial Legion officer, we successfully take his life and claim our 3rd victim. Now, something that never quite crossed my mind before, but as I was doing this quest made a lot of sense, is the fact that only certain races will take up specific NPC roles. For example, in Fort Elysia with the Marauders, we're likely to come across Altmer battle mages, Argonian archers, Imperial archers and warlords, Nord marauders, and Orc marauders. And knowing that we needed most of these, we ventured a little bit into the fort and found an Orc right off the bat. The Orc fought with his Nordic companion, but in the end we were able to kill both of them and claim the soul of our 4th race. Leaving Fort Elysia for now, we continued our tour. Crossing over the nearby bridge, we were hopeful in that we would find our 5th race. Towards the end of it, our hopes became reality when we crossed paths with a Khajiit highwayman. He approached and began speaking with us.
I used to think you were a hero, a holy knight and all that. I guess I should have known better.
Confused on what's supposed to happen next, we just asked him about rumors.
It's our natural barriers that keep us safe, mostly. Mountain borders north and east, open sea to the west, and bogs and rainforest to south.
Usually the bandit highwayman threatens us for our money, but this time things were a little more passive. So it's here we decided to be the aggressor, cast Mora's spell trap, and begin hacking away. Within no time, we claimed the soul of the 5th race. From here, we traveled to another random camp in order to see who we could encounter. Although there were no NPCs directly here, just across a nearby bridge we encountered 2 bandits. One of them was a Khajiit, in which we didn't need, but the other was a Redguard, in which we did need. We cast Mora's soul trap, hacked and slashed away at him, until finally he was killed and we secured our 6th soul. Some other great tactics detailed by the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages includes that of traveling to the previous Daedric shrines and killing the worshippers there. In total, there would be 42 different worshippers, and from there we would have no problem seeking out 10 of the different races. Another excellent tactic would be traveling to Rockmilk Cave. Rockmilk Cave is a part of Mazoga's questline, and in there we find marauders as well as black bow bandits battling each other. All 10 races of Tamriel can be included in either faction, so there's a very good chance that we can find every single one of them in there. As for our next target, we find Alwyn at Troll Candle Camp. Alwyn is a Bosmer, and killing her marks the 7th race. She's very easy to take down, however, what we didn't realize is that we need her for the skill training quest. So reloading our save, we make our way into the alien ruin of Vilverin. We take down 2 bandits, which are part of some of the races in which we've already secured souls for. However, the 3rd one happens to be a Bosmer bandit bowman. So after taking him down and making up for our Alwyn kill, we have only 3 races left. We decide to try out the vampire trick and travel to Bloodcrust Cavern. However, the part of Bloodcrust Cavern that we weren't aware of is that the vampires that we cleared out don't respawn back in. So abandoning that idea, we fast travel over over to Fort Telemann in Blackwood. Fort Telemann is occupied by necromancers. The three races we have left are Argonians, Imperials, and Bretons, the last of which tend to belong to the necromancer faction. The very first necromancer we spotted inside of Fort Telemann happened to be one, and with her death, we secured our 8th soul. For the Argonian soul, the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages points out Veillon Cave as being a very good place to find some. Veillon Cave is actually home to Argonian tribesmen, meaning that the very first room we entered, we managed to find one. We cast Mora's soul trap, and upon slaying the Argonian, we secured our 9th soul. With only one mark left, all we had to do was find an Imperial. Believe it or not, even though Cyrodiil is their homeland, antagonistic Imperial NPCs are somewhat difficult to come by. They can come in the forms of marauders, hackdirt brethren, and knights/priests of order. We decided to see if there were any stragglers left behind at Hackdirt. Unfortunately, there were none, so we had to choose an alternate option. We traveled over to Fort Such in hopes of finding marauders. However, we only came across NPCs from the Dark Brotherhood quest, Bad Medicine, and unfortunately, none of these NPCs ended up being an Imperial. This is where we got the idea to fast travel back to Fort Elysia, in which we found our Orc and Nord soul, and upon entering into the second zone, we managed to find an Imperial Marauder Archer. After his defeat and a successful soul capture, we receive a quest update that now it's time to return back to Hermaeus Mora's shrine. As mentioned before, the best in-game legal ways to do this quest are by joining and fighting in the early ranks of the arena, traveling to Rockmilk Cave and intercepting the battle, or by finding a large vampire nest and clearing it out. The best in-game illegal way of doing it would be by traveling to the other Daedric shrines and killing the worshippers. Of course, you can also just go on a murder spree around the towns and settlements, and the really beautiful part about this quest is that there's truly no rush while doing it. With the other Daedric Shrine quests, you're given a specific time, place, and task. With this one, we're simply told to collect 10 different souls. So in theory, we could go throughout the game and capture them at our leisure. Returning back to Hermaeus Mora's shrine, we approach the statue and interact with it.
You have served me well, and I am pleased. I give you this, the Agma Infinitum. Knowledge given by me to Xerxes is recorded within. Read it and gain knowledge of yourself. Go now, learn, and remember.
With that, we hand over Hermaeus Mora's soul gem, and in return receive a mysterious book called the Agma Infinium. We quickly speak with Regier for some dialogue.
Blessed are you who walks his true path. Enlightened are you who learns of himself.
Popping open our inventory, we scroll over to the Agma Infinium under books and attempt to read it. This is where we're faced with a choice. We can either read from the path of steel, the path of shadow, or the path of spirit. If we're indecisive, which we are, we can also choose the option of not reading anything. So what exactly happens when we read the 3 paths? All 3 paths add a +10 to 2 attributes and to 3 skills. So for example, the path of steel adds buffs to the attributes of speed and strength and the skills of blade, blunt, and heavy armor. The path of shadow adds buffs to the attributes of agility and speed, and then adds buffs to the skills of light armor, security, and sneak. Then finally, the path of spirit increases the attributes of intelligence and willpower, and then also increases the skills of conjuration, destruction, and restoration. Obviously, it's best to increase the attributes and skills of your choice. However, if you were to select the one that aligns with your major skills, you could increase your character's overall level significantly, and it's even possible to use the Agma Infinium to raise your attributes above level 100. Now, as for which reading we chose, I fear that we might have made a mistake. We definitely weren't going to pick the path of shadow, so it was between the path of steel and the path of spirit. Being fairly content with our strength attribute and our blade and heavy armor skill, we decided to get some buffs with our magicka, and we read the path of spirit. At this point with our character, the only thing that can make them more overpowered is by really concentrating, learning, and growing our magicka. This was definitely a calculated move when it came to boosting our intelligence and willpower, which, by my standards, were pretty subpar. As for the skills, we definitely needed some big points in restoration, which is one of our major skills. We'd like to get better at destruction, and we don't really care too much for conjuration. That's the area that I'm worried I made the wrong call in. Our blade and blunt skill levels are incredibly high, and a +10 in each would have severely helped the class we're trying to play. However, we don't really need the buffs for speed and strength, and on the other hand, we do need the buffs in intelligence and willpower, as well as in restoration, but could probably have a pretty easy time boosting destruction and conjuration on our own, given that they're still at the novice level. Definitely a tricky choice to make, and I'd love to know your thoughts down below on which one you would have chosen. Now let's switch the conversation over to the Ogma Infinium and the Daedric Prince Hermaeus Mora. Reading directly from the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages, the lore page on Hermaeus Mora says, Hermaeus Mora is a Daedric prince whose sphere is forbidden knowledge, hidden shoals, whirlpools, and sudden squalls, destiny, and the scrying of the tides of fate, weaving his way through the past and future as read in the stars and heavens, and in whose dominion are the treasures of knowledge and memory. His curiosity is insatiable, and he seeks all knowledge, and not to change but to observe, so that all becomes known. He weeps cold tears at the plague of ignorance, where knowledge is forsaken out of fear of misuse, and seeks to enlighten all to the mysteries that have ever and will ever exist. This benevolence presented by his followers may be a facade, as Mora is said to hoard his knowledge and give nothing away for free. Like all Daedric princes, he's not to be trifled with, but he is subtler than most of his ilk and ensnares mortals with his secrets. He may seem cruel at times, but he's not irrational. Mora hoards and safeguards any knowledge that could potentially endanger reality. Reading further, always lurking, he is the void and the ever-seeing eyes. Mora has been called the wisest of the Daedric princes, with a mind as old as Tamriel and a body of slime. Though he describes himself as the riddle unsolvable, the door unopenable, the book unreadable, the question unanswerable. Unlike most princes, Hermaeus Mora typically does not take on a humanoid form, manifesting instead as black clouds of varied, grotesque assemblages of eyes, tentacles, and claws, or a featureless purple vortex known as the Wretched Abyss, though according to some sources, he occasionally took on a form resembling that of a mortal. He speaks with a thundering bray. And the final bit on Mora, he resides everywhere and nowhere, but takes glee in tormenting mortals from his realm in Oblivion, the plane called Apocrypha, an endless library where the infinite pages of countless books containing all forbidden knowledge are found. Each book sports a black cover without a title, and the realm is reported to be haunted by ghosts forever searching for knowledge. His servants include Daedra such as Seekers, Lurkers, and Watchers, but he is known to have mortal worshippers too. Sailors and seafaring folk refer to Hermaeus Mora as the Tide King, master of the seas, and one whose tentacles rise from the deep, a being who lurks in the oceans and pulls vessels down into the abyss. Similarly, the Khajiit Hemora controls the tides and lives in a vast library under the sea. Now we switch the conversation over to the Ogma Infinium. Interestingly, the Infinium actually shares the same text to the Mysterium Xarxes. During his dialogue towards us, Mora also name drops the Xarxes, likely showing a connection between both pieces of literature. Reading the Ogma Infinium's lore page on the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages, the Ogma Infinium, also known as the Tome of Power, the Librum of Knowledge, and the Book That Knows, is an ancient tome of knowledge and an artifact of great power. It was written by Xarxes, the scribe of Auriel, who had been granted the knowledge within by Hermaeus Mora. The name of the tome comes from Ogma, the wife of Xarxes, whom he created from his favorite moments in history. The knowledge within the tome grants the reader access to the artifact's energy, which can be manipulated to achieve near demigod abilities. The reader is instantly bombarded with a knowledge intake that could hemorrhage the brains of lesser mortals. The paths of steel, shadow, and spirit are the three main sections of the tome. Because of the hazards it poses to its reader, the book was classified as a tract perilous. once the Ogma Infinium is used, it disappears from its owner's possession. The Ogma Infinium makes an appearance in the Elder Scrolls 2, Daggerfall, the Elder Scrolls 4, Oblivion, the Elder Scrolls 5, Skyrim, and ESO. Gracchus was determined to use the Ogma Infinium to aid the invasion and allow the Empire to crush the Aldmeri Dominion. However, Javid withdrew military support once he learned of Gracchus's apparent inactivity, and Hermaeus Mora decided that he was not worthy to continue possessing the tome. The vestige then entered the Vile Manse, and Mora promised the Ogma Infinium as a reward for defeating Gracchus. However, the prince was not willing to risk the vestige against the tome's secrets, and snatched it away upon Gracchus's death. It was duly returned to its home in Apocrypha, and the discourse Amaranthan was offered in its stead. During the events of Daggerfall, just before the events of the Warp in the West, an agent of the Blades in the Elec Bay area was sent by Hermaeus Mora to assassinate a noble who had displeased the prince. In return, Mora promised the Ogma Infinium, which was in the possession of one of his worshippers. The agent succeeded, and the tome passed hands. We know of the events that took place in Oblivion, and as for the events that took place in Skyrim, it's said that after the Third Era, the Infinium was put away inside of a Dwemer lockbox. Hermaeus Mora, being displeased with this action, manipulated a follower by the name of Septimus Cygnus. Cygnus believed the lockbox contained the heart of Lorkhan. Cygnus was told by Mora that he would need the knowledge of an Elder Scroll to divine the way to open the lockbox. Cygnus was an expert on Elder Scrolls, and when the last Dragonborn came looking for one in the 4th Era, year 201, Cygnus pointed them towards Blackreach. The last Dragonborn found the Elder Scroll within the Tower of Mazark, taking it and inscribing its knowledge onto a blank Dwemer lexicon. Cygnus used the knowledge to discover how to open the lockbox. As the Dwemer were all but extinct, Cygnus theorized that he could inject himself with the blood of all surviving elves to trick the lock. Mora then appeared to the Dragonborn in the form of a wretched abyss and revealed that Cygnus was no longer of use to him due to his broken mind. The Dragonborn retrieved samples of blood from Altmer, Bosmer, Dunmer, Falmer, and Orcs. Cygnus succeeded in opening the lock, only to discover that it contained the Ogma Infinium. He was turned to dust attempting to read it. The last Dragonborn took the tome and was contacted by Mora, who was pleased that his knowledge would again be put to use. So with that, thus officially ends Hermaeus Mora's Daedric Shrine quest. We're going to be going through and discussing Hircine's Daedric Shrine quest in the Elder Scrolls 4, Oblivion. In order to begin this quest, we must be at least level 17. If we were unsure of where to find the Daedric Shrine, there's one NPC in all of Cyrodiil who could tell us. By fast traveling over to the Imperial City, we can look for the retired Mages Guild member, Ontis Vannon. We had actually already spoken to Ontis about several locations for other Daedric Shrines, but that piece of dialogue goes as such.
I used to think you were a hero. A holy knight and all that. I guess I should have known better.
We ask him about Daedric Shrines.
I can think of 3. The Hircine Shrine is south of town, northeast of Breville, between the Upper Niben and the Green Road. The Mephala Shrine is northeast of the junction of the Red Ring Road and the Silver Road. I've heard there's a Vermina Shrine at the headwaters of the Reed River, though I've never been there myself.
With those directions in mind, we can exit the conversation and pop open our map. Following Ontis' directions, we see that Hircine's Shrine is just off of the Niben Valley. We fast travel over to Ferrogill Inn as that's our closest point of reference. From here, we make our way relatively northeast. Along the road, we actually end up encountering a brown bear. We best it in combat and loot it for its bear pelt. As for why, you'll see in just a bit. We continue walking in a northeastern direction until we arrive at Hircine's Shrine. Whilst here, we see the standard 3 worshippers. However, quite peculiarly, none of them are wearing robes, so we're not exactly sure who the quest giver is. We see the Wood Elf, Boraneth, the Argonian, Huntingtail, and the Khajiit, Vajira. We speak with the former 2 first.
You found this place. Now you must find your way within.
This ground is sacred. Show respect.
We now turn to speak with Vajira.
You approach the shrine of Hircine. Are you hunter or are you prey?
For fun, we say we're prey.
Then leave here. Run away quickly. Come back when you are worthy.
The conversation ends, so we hop back in and tell her we're a hunter.
Do you think yourself a hunter? Then approach the shrine of Hircine. Leave our lord an offering. Leave an offering of the pelt of a bear or the pelt of a wolf at the shrine, and Hircine may find you worthy. Or perhaps you will learn what it is to be the hunted.
And with that, we know exactly what we need to do. As Vajira just said, we need to either leave an offering of bear pelt or wolf pelt. Funny enough, making our way to the shrine, we encountered a brown bear in which we killed and looted it for its pelt. This would be a sufficient enough gift for Hircine. However, I wanted to demonstrate where else we could find pelts in Cyrodiil. For starters though, wolves and bears are all over the place within the game. They're probably one of the most commonly encountered animals along the road, and in theory, it shouldn't take too long before you find one, kill it, and hand over its pelt. However, if your luck is the same as mine, excluding what just happened before the beginning of this quest, you're likely not going to encounter any at all. So here are a few spots to where you might find some. The most surefire way of acquiring a bear pelt is by going to the Cheydinhal Fighters Guild Hall. Ascending up to the second floor and immediately on your right on top of a barrel, we'll find one singular bear pelt, which is enough to hand over to Hircine. Of course, for whatever reason, if the bear pelt isn't there for you or you'd already sold it, we can fast travel over to the Imperial City Market District. Various vendors like Thorinir at the Copious Coin Purse, Jensine at Jensine's Good as New Merchandise, and Tertullian Varus at the Three Brothers Trade Goods all sell samples of bear pelt. And not to mention, all of them can be bought for around the same affordable price. No matter the method of obtaining bear pelt or wolf pelt, we can fast travel back to Hircine's shrine, approach the statue, and present it as an offering.
Summoned my prey. The hare crouches before the fox's muzzle. Perhaps I should task you, mortal, sent you to hunt for my amusement. In Hircine Grove is a quarry worthy the chase. First named, last tamed. The unicorn runs wild there. Bring me this creature's horn, mortal, if you dare.
And with that, we get a quest update. To sum up what Hircine said, essentially all we have to do is go to this Hircine Grove and retrieve a unicorn horn from a living unicorn. We quickly speak with Vajira for some dialogue.
You have been graced with the presence of Hircine. Do not fail him, lest you be hunted for the rest of your days.
We leave that brief conversation and pop open our map to see where the grove is. It's not too far at a bearing south-southeast. We walk on foot and in no time arrive at Hircine Grove. In the center of the grove we see the white majestic unicorn. Surrounding the unicorn though are 3 minotaurs. Their appearance is as ferocious as ever, and we know that we've definitely got a fight ahead of us. We get in a little too close to 2 of them and pull their aggro. These minotaurs have special nameplates called Minotaur of the Grove. One of them fights with an ebony warhammer and the other fights with an elven warhammer. We stray a little too far back and pull in a black bear. Fortunately, black bears are a lot weaker than the brown bears, so it takes no time to defeat it. As for the Minotaurs of the Grove, they're not too difficult of enemies. We're a really high level and have a really good gear, so we were never really in danger of becoming overwhelmed. However, the Minotaurs do hit pretty well, and they themselves have quite a lot of health. I think if we were a lower level and pulled the aggro of all 3 Minotaurs, then we would definitely have the work cut out for us. We tried the strategy of using our newly acquired warhammer, Volendrung, in order to paralyze them before getting in a flurry of attacks. However, with these Minotaurs, the second they hit the ground, they got right back up, leaving a very small window of attack. Eventually though, we were able to kill 2 of the Minotaurs and then moved our way on to the 3rd. We actually veered right by the unicorn, which did not aggro onto us. But a little tidbit of information, the unicorn will aggro onto you if you approach it with your weapon drawn. So it's important to not show any signs of hostility around it. We pulled the 3rd Minotaur and began attacking away. A Timberwolf joined the fight, but we killed it in 2 slashes. Facing one Minotaur itself is not too difficult to handle, as all you have to really remember are the fundamentals of fighting. Block its attacks and then go in for a few flurries. Once it was dead, we approached the unicorn. You're able to get up right in its face, and even better, we have the option of mounting it. It's a shame that this is such a beautiful creature, but Hircine wants us to kill it in exchange for reward, so we draw our blade and the unicorn instantly aggroes onto us. Again, given our level, this fight isn't too difficult, but if you were a lower level, there's a very good chance that the unicorn would best you. If hit directly, it deals a lot of damage, and it actually has quite a lot of health to it. As detailed by the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages, because the unicorn is considered a long creature, it doesn't have the same pivoting maneuvers as other NPCs. So we could spend a lot of our time strafing around it, and it can never directly line up its hits. Once the unicorn is dead, we can go into its inventory and take the unicorn horn. Once we do so, we get a quest update that we can return back to Hircine's shrine. Now, what happens if we choose to ride the unicorn? Well, exactly as it sounds. The unicorn can become our noble steed. Well, sort of. Basically, as soon as we dismount the unicorn, it will wander back to Harcane Grove. So we could essentially travel across the province with the steed, but unfortunately, similar to a stolen horse, as soon as we dismount it, it returns back to its original location. However, this feature can allow us to kill the unicorn in creative ways without having to get our hands dirty. For example, one of those ways can be finding a bridge with land underneath and constantly jumping off of it, falling down to take damage. Once done a few times, the unicorn will die and we could go into its inventory to loot the horn. Another way to do so, which doesn't necessarily need to involve a bridge, is by jumping off into the middle of a river or lake. Once we're in the water, we can dismount the unicorn, and as we all may or may not know, horses struggle a lot whilst in the water. Their movement is significantly impacted, and they have barely any combat abilities, if any at all. So we can take advantage of this very easy situation and kill the unicorn whilst it's swimming for its life. Whichever method we choose, all we need in the end is that unicorn horn. Once the horn is acquired, we can fast travel back to the shrine of Hircine. Approaching the Daedric Prince's statue, we interact with it.
Yes, Hunter, make your offering. Did you taste its flesh and drink its blood? Never waste the spoils of a kill. You've pleased me, Hunter. Take my token and wear it well. Hereafter, take your prey and whisper my name.
With that, we receive a quest update that we've officially completed the quest. We hand over the unicorn horn in exchange for something called the Savior's Hide. We pop open our inventory and quickly take a look at it. The Savior's Hide is a torso piece of light armor. It's a very unique piece, but unfortunately, because we're not proficient in light armor, it only offers an overall armor rating of 5. It does have a very good enchantment though of resist magic for 25% on self. This quest was definitely a short but sweet one. If your character is a lower level, you're definitely going to have a tougher time with this quest. However, if your character is a higher level and has pretty decent gear like mine, this quest should prove as not very difficult. Now, let's talk a little bit about the Daedric Prince Hircine as well as the Savior's Hide. We'll be reading directly off of the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages for all of our lore needs. Starting off with the Daedric Prince himself, Hircine. Hircine, known as the Huntsman, Lord of the Hunt, Master of Beasts, and the Master of the Chase, is a Daedric Prince whose sphere is the hunt, the sport of Daedra, the greatest game, and the chase and sacrifice of mortals. His realm of Oblivion is the hunting grounds, an endless forest where the prince and his huntsmen hunt great beasts, people, and even other Daedra. Hircine is typically portrayed with a great spear and either the head or skull of an elk, the latter of which Khajiit myths say belong to Yifir's champion, the Grat elk. Moving on to the next paragraph for a little more background about the Daedric Prince. Hircine is one of the more widely worshipped Daedric princes in Tamriel, despite never actively seeking worship or reverence. His appeal lies in his sphere, which encompasses the thrill of the hunt, though this can be taken to extremes. His advocacy for sportsmanship is another lure, as the law of fair hunt, which he holds to prohibits cheating prey, referred to as the hare, out of a genuine chance at escape. He admires the hare that overcomes whatever is thrown against them, no matter the odds. For example, One who turns the game on its head by hunting the hunters may earn the prince's respect. Finally, he is straightforward in his desires. He often seeks people out, tests them, and rewards those who prove themselves worthy in a boon. In short, Hircine seems like the Daedric prince who is neither evil nor quite good. He can be considered similar to Sheogorath in all that he really cares about is his domain and his hobby, which is hunting. It does seem as though Hircine uses humans a lot in his activities. Whether they're willing volunteers or unwilling is a whole other story. Now, let's switch the conversation over to the Savior's Hide. As mentioned before, the Savior's Hide is a leveled, enchanted Daedric artifact. It can be worn as a cuirass, is light armor, and can have a max armor rating of 12. It has the enchantment of resist magic for up to 25% on self, and if chosen, it can be sold for a value of over 6,000 gold. The Savior's Hide appears in multiple texts across various installments of the Elder Scrolls games. For starters, it has its own entry in Tamrielic lore written by Yagrum Bagarn. It reads, Cuirass of the Savior's Hide. Another of Hircine's artifacts was the Cuirass of the Savior's Hide. The cuirass has the special ability to resist magicka. Legend has it that Hircine rewarded his peeled hide to the first and only mortal to have ever escaped his hunting grounds. This unknown mortal had the hide tailored into this magical cuirass for his future adventures. The Savior's Hide has a tendency to travel from hero to hero as though it has a mind of its own. The other text it appears in is called Tal Morag Ker's Researches by Tal Morag Ker. The article reads, Armor of the Savior's Hide. Created by the Daedra Lord, Malacath, this armor has the marvelous property of turning the blow of an oathbreaker. Chimere tricked Dagon into swearing an oath against the powers which he had no intention of keeping. The hide of the Savior turned Dagon's titanic fury long enough for Chimere to deliver his own attack, an incantation invoked upon Dagon's protonymic, i.e. incantory true name. Unfortunately, like many of Malacath's gifts, the armor is a mixed blessing. It also makes its wearer exceptionally vulnerable to magical attacks, so one should only wear it for particular occasions. This article is definitely interesting. It pretty much contradicts what we read and what we know of the Savior's Hide in Tamrielic lore. Sure, maybe the Savior's Hide was created by the Daedric Lord Malacath, and it could just be given out to those favored by Hircine. However, it says that it makes the wearer exceptionally vulnerable to magical attacks. But oddly enough, as we know the Savior's Hide, it offers an enchantment of resist magicka for up to 25% on self. Why and how there's such a discrepancy in the texts is beyond me. The Savior's Hide, or Cuirass of the Savior's Hide, appears in the games Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim. It also appears in the spin-off game Battlespire. Reading directly from the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages, in the Third Era, year 389, when Dagon invaded the Battlespire, an unnamed apprentice of the Battlespire fought their way through many realms of Oblivion and eventually stumbled upon the island, unwittingly becoming prey in the Great Hunt which was being held at the time. After talking to Chimere and assembling the 6 pieces of the Savior's Hide, they attained the Spear of Bitter Mercy needed to defeat the Huntsman and depart from the realm. An apprentice went on to use the hide to defeat Dagon along with another artifact, the Sword of the Moon Raver. Moving on to the events of Morrowind, in the Third Era, year 427, Devaithfur, a member of House Telvanni in Morrowind, who was the caretaker of the Corpusarium under Telfur, and also a collector of artifacts, had acquired the cuirass. The Nerevarine obtained the item while adhering to Devaith's strange hobby of allowing his collection to be pilfered under certain circumstances. Later that year, the Nerevarine sold it to a Dunmer noblewoman by the name of Tarasa Aram, who put it on display in her Museum of Artifacts in Mournhold. We know of the events that took place in Oblivion, and as for what happened in Skyrim, the article is quite long, yet it details, in the 4th Era, year 201, a werewolf named Sinding stole the Ring of Hircine in an attempt to control his transformations. However, this plan backfired when Hircine cursed the ring, causing Sinding to transform at random, which led him to killing a child and ending up in jail. Soon after, the last Dragonborn met Sinding, who asked the Dragonborn to take the ring and free it from its curse by hunting the White Stag, before escaping from jail. After slaying the stag, the Dragonborn learned that the prince would not forgive Sinding's betrayal and conducted a great hunt, The Dragonborn was left with a choice to kill him in order to receive Hircine's favor and the cuirass, or to kill the other hunters trying to get Hircine's favor and the uncursed ring. It is unknown which option the last Dragonborn chose, only that Hircine was pleased with the results. And with that, thus officially ends Hircine's Daedric Shrine quest in the Elder Scrolls IV: Oblivion. We're going to go through and discuss Malacath's Daedric Shrine quest in the Elder Scrolls IV: Oblivion. In order to begin this quest, we must be at least level 10. There are 2 NPCs within the game who can point out the shrine to us on our map, and fortunately, both of them are in the city of Anvil. We travel over to the main gate and make our way over to the Mages Guild. Here, we search for the wood elf named Thoron. Finding him, we speak with him.
A pleasure to speak with you.
We ask him about Daedra shrines.
There's a Malacath shrine west of Fort Such, west of the Gold Road to Hammerfell. But I stay away. I like my skin on the outside, in one piece.
With that, we can exit the conversation, and we see, as per the top left corner, that a map marker has been added to Malacath's shrine. The other NPC in Anvil who can point out Malacath's shrine is Pinaris Inventius. Pinaris is the local hunter and tracker, and we do engage with him during the Fighters Guild quest, A Rat Problem. Speaking with him sounds like this.
You know, I saw your fight against the Grey Prince. Nobody thought that orc could be beat, but you showed them all.
We ask him about Daedra shrines.
I saw a big statue of Malacath, west of Fort Such, west of the Gold Road to Hammerfell. It looked like Daedra worshippers to me.
That interaction would have also added a map marker for Malacath's shrine. Important to note for Pinaris is that he will only tell us about the Daedric Shrine if we have read the book Modern Heretics, or have spoken with Ulain Hulervu in Shadenhall about Shadenhall. We open up our map and scroll north. We see Malacath's shrine marked right beside Fort Such, just above the T where it says the Gold Coast. We fast travel over to the fort and make our way over west-southwest. It doesn't take very long before we discover Malacath's shrine. As per usual, there are 3 Daedric worshippers, all of which happen to be orcs, but we'll go into why later. The worshippers are Gorub Gro Ugdub, Mug Gro Murgok, and Shabab Gro Rugdush. Speaking with the former 2 sounds like this.
Who's talking to you? I'm not. Were you invited? I didn't invite you.
Most Daedric Shrine worshippers aren't exactly happy over our presence, but these interactions definitely make us feel a little more unwelcomed. Finally, we speak with Shabab Gro Rugdush.
You dare come here to the shrine of our Lord? You are not one of us.
We ask him about the Shrine of Malacath.
I guess you haven't heard. We don't like the beautiful people. But maybe you can persuade me you're ugly inside.
And with that, we take the social cue. We grease him up with a few septums and ask again about the shrine.
You're not one of Malacath's favorite people. He likes orcs. Too bad for you. So you approach his shrine at your own risk.
We tell him we'll approach.
Then go on and do your approaching. But Malacath wants a present. He likes troll fat. And he likes only troll fat.
And with that, we get a quest update. Rugdush plain and simply tells us that in order to continue with this quest, we need to offer troll fat to the shrine. There are 2 easy ways to obtain it without fighting trolls. Number 1 is by fast traveling to the Imperial City Market District. Here, we can make our way over to the alchemy shop, the main ingredient. By speaking with the proprietor, Ogir Giorik, we can take a look at his wares and see that he has troll fat on him. For us, it costs about 44 gold, which is nothing more than a drop in the bucket. If you want to acquire it the freeway while still trying to stay out of violence, we can fast travel over to the city of Skingrad and go inside of the Mages Guild Hall. Here, we can ascend up to the living quarters, and in the corner of the main area, we'll see a display case that's guarded by a hard lock. Getting into it, we'll find a sample of troll fat which we can take and present to the shrine. Then finally we can choose the violent option and go out hunting for a troll. Trolls can be found all over Cyrodiil, but for the most luck, it's best to head to the Blackwood Forest area. They have a massive weakness to fire, so use as many flame spells and enchantments as you can. Once the troll is dead, you can loot its troll fat and be on your way back to the shrine. Any of these 3 methods work, and there's also an abundance more for acquiring troll fat. Arriving back at Malacath's shrine, we approach the statue and interact with it. We choose to offer the troll fat.
You brought a present? Good. That's smart. You want something? And if you're smart, you do what I tell you. Lord Drad took my ogres. Says he owns them. Lying maggot! They're my ogres! Lord Drad put my little brothers in chains, working in the mines. I don't like that! Get over to Lord Drad's estate. Let my ogres loose and get them out. Okay, get going!
And with that, we get a quest update. Malacath sort of gave us a recap, but I'll do another one anyways. We essentially have to go over to Lord Drad's estate, which is nearby, and free a group of ogres from some slavery. Lord Drad's estate is a short distance away with a bearing of southeast. The quest in itself is certainly interesting. Our whole time throughout this adventure, we've only ever known ogres as enemies. They're brutish foes, and have only ever wreaked havoc upon those we help. Eventually, we arrive at the estate. There's a massive manor along with a few little huts and some fields in between. Approaching the front door, we notice that entering inside is considered trespassing, so we proceed with caution and enter inside of the manor. Immediately, we can see that our presence here has caused some commotion. A woman by the name of Lady Drad comes running over at us, telling us that it's probably best we leave. Heading upstairs, we see a male dark elf. We speak with him.
I welcome you to my humble home, stranger. What brings you to this place?
We ask him about Lord Drad.
I am Lord Drad.
We then ask him about the Drad estates.
The land is good, the farm productive, but it's mining the wealth from beneath the land that will make my fortune.
Finally, we ask him about the ogre slaves.
Can you think of a better use for the mindless beasts? Under my eye, they do some good in this world.
We tell him that we admire his efforts.
I am quite pleased with the ogre slaves in my bleak mine. No issues of slavery with brute beasts. Profitable and legal.
We ask him about Bleak Mine.
The source of my income, of course. I bought it for a song from a foolish orc. My ogres mine the gold, and I reap the reward.
And with that, we can exit the conversation. We now know that we have to head to Bleak Mine, so we can leave the Drad estate and work our way over to the Compass Arrow. Now here's what happens if we choose the dialogue option of scolding Lord Drad for being a slave owner.
I don't believe I asked for your opinion on this matter. I am done speaking with you. Please leave my estate.
We're forced out of the conversation, but we decide to speak with Lady Drad.
I'm afraid you've upset my husband. Please, leave before he loses his temper. I beg you.
We ask her about Lord Drad.
He is my husband, a kind and gentle man. He has given me everything I might ever desire.
We then ask her about the estates.
Drad purchased the land and title from council. It cost him a fortune, and he's determined to make it pay.
We then ask about the ogre slaves.
I can't tell you about that. Please, just go.
We throw a few septims her way and then try again.
But that will get you something. He works them in Bleak Mine. It's terrible. The guards beat the creatures mercilessly. That's all I can tell you. Now please go.
And with that, we exit the conversation. As it turns out, Bleak Mine is just beyond Lord Drad's fields. We hop over the fence and find ourselves right at the entrance. Due to Lady Drad's information, we know that there are guards down here, so we're not too sure what to expect. We pick the lock and enter inside. Whilst down here, we immediately see a patrol come in. We hide in the shadows, unsure if our presence will lead to violence. We decide to just completely run out and see what happens. The guards are not fazed by us being here and don't react, so we decide to speak with them.
Well, you're living on borrowed time, thief! Hello there. Thieves break in, but they don't break out. They break all over when I'm finished with them.
The guards hurl threats at us, yet they don't act upon them. So this is likely just a scare tactic to ensure we don't do anything out of the ordinary. We move along and see more guards wearing leveled heavy armor. We approach and speak with them as well.
No repeat offenders. That's my motto.
In the distance, we can hear deep bellows and growls coming from what sound like the ogres. In total, there are 6 bleak mind guards, with one of them being the captain. Exploring around, we'll find 2 groups of ogres locked in different cells. The rusty doors are secured with hard locks, which aren't too difficult to pick, but if you did want the key to let them out, we could pick out a bleak mind guard and engage in combat with them. Obviously, due to their leveled gear and their combat abilities, they have quite a bit of health, and they hit pretty good, but ultimately we're able to best them, loot their body, and take the tarnished ogre cage key. Now this key only opens up one of the cells. In order to get the shiny ogre cage key, we have to kill another guard, and that will open the other set of cage doors. But again, we can always pick the lock as well. Whichever method we choose, once the door is open, the ogres slowly walk out and we get a quest update. The trio of ogres will trudge their way through the mines until they come in contact with the guards. It's here that they instantly become aggro and a fight breaks out. Once one of the guards engages in battle, the rest come over to their aid. Now, there really isn't anything wrong with killing all of the guards beforehand. It is a tedious and unnecessary task though, as the guards don't necessarily need to die, and the ogres themselves will take care of them. Also important to note is that we actually don't have to wait around for the fight to end. We can simply go to the next cage and release the ogres, and that will give us a quest notification to go back to the Shrine of Malacath. Due to this being a leveled 6v3, the Bleak Mind Guards won against that group of ogres, and quite comically, after the fight was done, every single one of them came over to talk to us to tell them a piece of their mind. Now we went over to the second cage of ogres, unlocked it, and released them. We got a quest update that since all the ogres were technically freed, we could return back to the Shrine of Malacath. However, we decided to have an influence here on how the battle goes. All of the guards came running in, and we decided to slowly pick them off one by one. Eventually though, we ran into a group of them, and the real fight broke out. We began by only pulling the attention of a few of them, until finally we were completely stuck in a corner, and took relentless hits and damage. The ogres did their job at killing off the stragglers, and eventually there was only one left, but again, as stated before, our character was stuck. So I thought we had to reload the save and redo everything until we were slowly able to nudge ourselves out from in between the rocks and get free. The ogres were successful in killing the Bleak Mind Guards, and even with just their freedom, our job was done. We exit the mines and immediately see something peculiar in the distance. There are 2 workers in Lord Drad's fields who are being overlooked by ogres. Upon getting a closer look, we see that it's actually Lord Drad and Lady Drad. The ogres acted quickly and kicked them out of the house, turning them into the slaves. We approach Lord Drad and speak with him.
Please, I've got to get to work. If I don't, who knows what those ogres will do to me?
We turn to Lady Drad and speak with her.
Now my poor husband is the slave, and the ogres are his masters. They haven't harmed us, but he's never worked so hard in his life.
It seems like so far the ogres are treating the Drads way better than they ever treated the ogres. We decide to take a look around the local slave quarters to see what's going on inside of them. They're messy but relatively empty. These are likely the new chambers to the 2 Dark Elves. We decided to go inside of Lord Drad's estate to see what's changed. The answer to that is nothing really. The ogres haven't moved in, and the rest of the Drad stuff is still here. The house would make for a great hit on fencing things for the Thieves Guild. We exit the manor and fast travel back over to Malacath's Daedric Shrine. Here, we approach the statue.
Good job. No one owns ogres but me! And I fixed that maggot. The ogres own Drad. Make Drad eat death. Now you get a present. Keep up the good work, and be nice to my little brothers.
And with that, the quest is completed as well as we're handed a reward. We speak with Rugdush for some dialogue.
Malacath likes you. You don't look very foul or ugly, but just keep doing ugly stuff and you'll be fine.
Taking a closer look at our reward, Malacath gifted us the two-handed, enchanted, leveled Daedric unique weapon, Volendrung. Our character is not proficient in blunt weapons, so it only has an overall damage rating of 8 for us. However, the enchantments are quite nice. It paralyzes for 3 seconds on strike and drains health for 5 points for 20 seconds on strike. One last little bit of housekeeping. Returning back to the Drad estate, Lord Drad and Lady Drad offer no unique dialogue. They cannot be killed and can only be rendered unconscious. Doing so does not aggro any of the ogres. Attacking the ogres, they will attack us back, however, the rest of the surrounding ogres do not. It truly appears as though the Drads will be enslaved for the rest of their lives. Now, it's time to discuss Malacath and Volendrung. Reading directly from the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages, many believe that Malacath was once the Aedra god Trinimac. Leading up to the events of their transformation, it's believed that during the Merethic era, Boethia, the Daedric prince, had a hand in creating the Chimer. This act enraged Trinimac, and Trinimac confronted Boethia. This is where there are two potential legends that could have happened. Reading them verbatim off of the unofficial pages, during the fight, Trinimac was about to strike down Boethia when Mephala appeared. The web spinner stabbed Trinimac in the back. As Trinimac kneeled helpless, Boethia invoked a ritual to scar and twist Trinimac's appearance, then banished the Aedra to a place of ash. In a rage, Trinimac cut open his chest and tore the shame from his spirit, being reborn as Malak, or Malacath. The other legend goes as follows. Boethia appeared as a beautiful lass and asked Trinimac for a kiss. When he obliged, Boethia swallowed him whole. As the priests prepared to pass judgment on the Velothi dissidents, Boethia appeared before them in Trinimac's form. Trinimac burped, farted, and spoke foolishly, and when the crowd grew large enough, Boethia told them what had been whispered to Veloth and demonstrated the lies of Trinimac's teachings, all in Trinimac's voice. When the priests were sufficiently shamed and broken, Boethia squeezed out a great pile of dung before the crowd, all that remained of the once proud knight, as proof that this was the truth. Some accounts state that the followers of Boethia and Trinimac are said to have rubbed the dung upon themselves and changed their skins. Others claim that the dung pile slunk away in shame. I think regardless of which of these legends happens to be true, the main takeaway is that the once beautiful and wholesome god got turned into a hideous and deformed creature. This is why beings like orcs, ogres, and goblins all pray to Malacath, as Malacath, or Malak, looks over and protects those who are shunned from society, cursed, or are overall ghastly in appearance. Now let's switch over the conversation to the enchanted warhammer, Volendrung. Volendrung has no article written about it in Tamrielic lore. Many consider this to be ironic, as Volendrung was actually forged by the Dwemer. It was crafted by the Rorken clan of Hammerfell. According to various lore articles, it's unknown why Volendrung became the Daedric artifact of Malacath, but because it did, it has cultural significance to both the Dwemer and the Orsimer. The hammer has made appearances in the Elder Scrolls Arena, Daggerfall, Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim, and Elder Scrolls Online. In the Second Era, around the year 582, the Daedric prince Sheogorath thought it would be interesting to steal various Daedric artifacts and place them around Cyrodiil. One of the ones he decided to keep in the Shivering Isles was Volendrung. It turns out that during the Three Banners War, Volendrung was wielded by the Vestige. During the events of the Elder Scrolls Arena, Volendrung was apparently uncovered during the Imperial Simulacrum. However, reports vary as to which province it was found in. It could have either been Morrowind, High Rock, or Hammerfell. During the events of Daggerfall, an agent of the Blades killed a Daedra seducer who betrayed Malacath. In return, Malacath gifted them Volendrung. During the events of Morrowind, a powerful sorcerer named Devaith Fur came into possession of Volendrung. He kept the hammer locked away in a chest, and often would invite thieves to try and steal it, as all of them would fail. We know what happened with the hammer during the events of Oblivion, and in the events of Skyrim, the Dragonborn helped a clan of orcs take care of a group of giants which were in the area who previously had attacked their settlement. The Dragonborn defeated the giants, slayed the weak orcish leader, and in turn received Volendrung as a reward. With that, thus officially ends the Daedric Shrine quest belonging to Malacath in the Elder Scrolls IV: Oblivion. we're going to be going through and discussing Mephala's Daedric Shrine quest in the Elder Scrolls 4, Oblivion. In order to begin this quest, we must be at least level 15. Unlike some other Daedric Shrine quests that we've already covered, there are a few NPCs throughout Cyrodiil who will be able to point out the shrine on our map. The first NPC is Luther Broad. Luther is the publican at Luther Broad's boarding house inn in the Elven Gardens district of the Imperial City. Speaking with him sounds like this.
Luther Broad's boarding house. I'm Luther. You want beds or food? See me.
In order to get the information that we desire, we must raise his disposition past 60 and ask him about the Imperial City.
Daedric shrines nearby. I know of 2. North of the city, south of Bruma, east of the Silver Road is a Mephala shrine. East of the city, at the head of the Red River, is a shrine to Vermina.
And just like that, we get both shrine locations marked on our map, leaving no guesswork to be done. The second NPC we can seek out who will share Mephala's shrine location with us is Ontis Vannon. Ontis can also be found in the Imperial City. He has a house in the Talos Plaza district, however he's a little trickier to track down. He splits his time up wandering around both the Talos Plaza district and the Market district. In order for Ontis to tell us about the Daedric shrines, we had to have read the book Modern Heretics, which we already have, or have spoken with Ulain Hlurvu in Shadenhall about Shadenhall, which we already did. Speaking with Ontis sounds like this.
Ontis Vannon, retired. Sleep late and read trashy books. I don't keep up with the Mages Guild affairs anymore.
We ask him about Daedra shrines.
I can think of 3. The Hircine Shrine is south of town, northeast of Breville, between the Upper Niben and the Green Road. The Mephala Shrine is northeast of the junction of the Red Ring Road and the Silver Road. I've heard there's a Vermina Shrine at the headwaters of the Reed River, though I've never been there myself.
And just like that, we'll have the markers for those 3 shrines added to our map as well. Popping open our map and taking a look around, we see that Mephala's shrine is in the Heartlands. It's north of the Imperial City Sewer, and directly northeast of Moss Rock Cavern as well as Roxy Inn. We fast travel over to Roxy Inn and make our way over to the shrine by foot. The only tedious part to this journey is making our way up the hill. Pretty soon we arrive at Mephala's shrine. As standard, there are 3 worshippers here. We have Sindil the Wood Elf, Rona the Red Guard, and Dredena Hlavel the Dark Elf. We speak with the former 2 for some dialogue.
I am only a supplicant. Speak to the Dark Elf wearing the robes.
I'm not the one you want to talk to.
At their request, we turn to Dredena and speak with her.
You approach the shrine of Mephala. The web spinner watches you, stranger.
We inquire about the shrine.
Mephala tugs the strings of mortals for her pleasure. Are you sure you desire audience with the web spinner?
We tell her we do.
Leave Mephala an offering of nightshade at the shrine between midnight and dawn, and the web spinner may grant you an audience.
We exit the conversation and see that Mephala's Daedric Shrine quest got added to our journal. In order to continue with this quest, exactly as Dredena said, we must find a sample of nightshade and offer it to the statue between the times of midnight and dawn, which in other words is 12 AM and 6 AM. Nightshade is a plant/ingredient that can be found all across Cyrodiil. Just like any other plant, it grows in the wilderness. Thanks to this map though, provided by the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages, we do see that most nightshade plants can be found in the Westweald section of the province. Now, if you don't already have it in your inventory, or you don't feel like adventuring out to find it, there are 2 places that are fairly easy to acquire it from. The first stop is the main ingredient in the Imperial City Market District. By going inside and speaking with Ogier Georic, he actually has 5 samples of nightshade available for sale. He sells them for 2 gold apiece, and even the poorest of characters shouldn't have a problem acquiring it. Now, the second spot we can go to in order to retrieve nightshade is the Coral Mages Guild Hall. By entering inside the building and going on upstairs to the library section, we'll find ourselves in a central big room that has a dining table placed in the middle. On top of this table, we'll actually find 3 samples of nightshade. Either way, with the ingredient in our inventory, we can fast travel back to Mephala's shrine. Now, we force a wait for any time between 12 AM and 6 AM. Once the wait's over, we approach the statue and interact with it. We're prompted to offer the nightshade, we say yes.
Call me Web Spinner. Pluck but a single thread, and the weave unravels. In Bleaker's Way, two families, Nord and Dunmer, live in perfect harmony, but beneath the surface lurks the secret seed of strife. Kill the leaders of the two families, plant evidence to implicate the other family as the killer. And don't get caught, be cunning, don't spoil my scheme, and don't die. That would spoil everything.
We get a quest update summarizing everything that Mephala just said. We're to go to the settlement of Bleaker's Way, kill the leaders of two mighty families, and have them pin the blame on each other. We open up our map and see that Bleaker's Way isn't far off from us. It's a short ways west of Mephala's shrine, but we see that it's even closer to Unmarked Cave. We arrive and walk in the direction of east-northeast for just a little bit. Fairly quickly, we see Bleaker's Way in the distance. We scale down the mountainside to get to it, and find ourselves in the middle of the village. Our first impression is that it's fairly big. Most settlements have 3 to 4 homes, while this one seems to have upwards of 7. At the moment, we don't see anybody outside, but we look around at the nameplates on the houses, and see the surname of Dalvalu on a few of them, and Ulfgar on the rest. We wander through the village for a little more before finding our first sign of life. We approach the older Dunmer named Nivan Dalvalu and speak with him.
Hail, traveller! You are welcome in Bleaker's Way.
We ask him about the settlement.
Dalvalus have lived here peacefully with Ulfgars for generations. As leaders, Hrol Ulfgar and I work hard to preserve that tradition.
We ask him about Hrol Ulfgar.
Hrol Ulfgar leads the Ulfgar clan. He is a fierce warrior and a wise leader. All the Dalvalu respect the man.
We leave the conversation and see that we have updated quest markers. One of them points to Nivan, and the other brings us to Bleaker's Way Goodwill Inn. We go inside and are face to face with Hrol Ulfgar himself. We speak with him.
Welcome to Bleaker's Way, stranger. What can I do for you?
We ask him about himself.
I am Hrol Ulfgar.
We then ask him about Nivan Dalvalu.
He leads the Dalvalu family. He is a wise man and a powerful wizard.
Exiting the conversation, we want to hear what the other residents of Bleakwell think about their leaders. We go a little further down into the inn and speak with the proprietor, Kirsten.
Welcome to Bleaker's Way, stranger. What can I do for you?
We ask her about Hrol.
He leads the Ulfgar clan. He is slow to anger, but fierce with his axe. All the clan values his leadership and judgment.
We exit the inn and go to a member of the Dalvalu clan's house. We find Redis Dalvalu and speak with him.
Hail, traveller! You are welcome in Bleaker's Way.
We ask him about Nivan.
He is the head of our family. He works powerful magic, but his true gift is compromise. He is a wise leader.
Trying to speak with any of the other members of either clan, we'll see that there are no more unique dialogue options. So it seems like we definitely have our work cut out for us. According to all of the clan members, both leaders of either clan have a really good relationship with one another. So therefore, there's no pre-existing tension that we can work off of. It seems as though we're going to have to dig deep and get in touch with our sinister and evil side. In order to carry out the plan exactly as Mephala wants us to, we have to find some sort of evidence that will incriminate either clan leader for the murder of the opposite leader. We start off in Hrol's house. By making our way up the stairs and onto the second floor, we go into a little side room that has a table. Sitting on the table beside a Guide to Leywin book, we see the Ulfgar family ring. Picking it up, we receive a quest notification that this will work just fine. We leave Hrol's house and make our way over to Nivan's. Immediately on the right side of the cabin, we'll find another little table, and this one will have the Dalvalu ceremonial dagger. By picking it up, we receive another quest notification that this will also work in terms of leaving incriminating evidence. Now, all that's left to do is kill both Hrol and Nivan. Remembering what Mephala said, we have to do this in secrecy. So we figure the best way to do this is by waiting until the cover of night for both clan leaders to go inside of their secluded homes, break in, and kill them as they sleep. We started with Hrol Ulfgar. We went inside of his house and went upstairs. although we didn't see him in his bed. Descending back down, Hrol was actually waiting for us at the bottom of the stairs. Fortunately, he wasn't worried about us being in here, nor was he suspicious. We took out Goldbrand and began hacking away. Ulfgar didn't put up a very good fight, and with a few swings and slashes, the leader of the Nord clan was dead. We then went into Hrol's inventory and placed the Dalvalus ceremonial dagger on his corpse. We received a quest update that this should suffice for pinning the murder on the Dalvalu clan. Exiting Hrol's home, we now make our way over to Nivon's house. Entering inside, we see the Patriarch strolling around in his home. We take out Goldbrand and get the jump on him before he even knew what happened. After a few slashes, the leader of the Dalvalu clan was killed. We now go into Nivon's inventory and place the Ulfgar family ring. We get a quest update, and now all that's left to do is tell either side of the clan members that their leaders were killed. It definitely is rather interesting and something else that even though we're pinning the murder on either clan leader, they were killed in two separate homes. So you'd think it's rather obvious that they didn't kill each other, but I suppose that just adds to the charm of this quest. We wait until daytime for both sides to awaken and enter inside of Bleaker's Way Goodwill Inn. We find a member of the Ulfgar clan and speak with them.
These are troubled times in Bleaker's Way. What do you want?
We tell Barrier about Hrol.
Hrol Ulfgar has been murdered, and the Dalvalu are responsible. They will pay for their treachery, the wretched Dunmer.
We then ask about Nivon.
Dalvalu has been murdered, and we have been accused of the crime. Bastard elves. That they would dishonor us in this way.
We exit the conversation.
Farewell.
The Ulfgar clan ready their weapons and leave the inn. We follow and see that the Dalvalu clan has already cornered a member of the Ulfgar clan. Barrier and Kirsten run in to help out Ulrika. All the meanwhile, Satha, Redas, Malyani, and Arvin begin targeting the Nords. All hell breaks loose as the remaining 7 residents of Bleaker's Way fight to kill the other half. The first one to die is Ulrika Ulfgar. She was the first one targeted by the Dalvalus, so it was certainly only a matter of time. The next one to die is Kirsten Ulfgar, the proprietor of the Goodwill Inn. The last Ulfgar standing is Barrier. He puts up a good fight against the Dunmer, holding his own in a 4-against-1. He even manages to kill Malyani Dalvalu. However, the circumstances are more than certainly too overwhelming. The last of the Ulfgar clan goes down in battle. The Dalvalus emerge victorious and are now the sole residents of Bleaker's Way. We speak with some of the Dalvalus to hear some dialogue.
The Ulfgars are all dead.
Whatever possessed them to attack us like that?
All 3 remaining Dalvalu clan members are clueless as to what just transpired. All they know is that the Ulfgars attacked them because they believe that Nivon murdered Hrol, and vice versa. We fast travel back to Mephala's shrine as our work here is done. Approaching the Daedric Prince's statue, we interact with it.
Well done, little web spinner. Is there a prettier sight than friends at war? Take pleasure in the strife you have caused, mortal.
We get a quest update that because we successfully completed Mephala's task, we were rewarded with the leveled, enchanted, and unique Daedric weapon called Ebony Blade. Going into our inventory and taking a look at it, we see that it is a one-handed blade that deals 24 base damage. It has the enchantment of silence for 10 seconds on strike, as well as absorb health for 8 points on strike. If we wanted to sell the blade, it could fetch us 6,512 septims. The blade looks fairly similar to Goldbrand in its overall aesthetic, but there are a few differences here and there. Before we go any further into the lore of both Mephala and the Ebony Blade, let's discuss ways in which we can fail the quest. For starters, if we're caught committing any crime in Bleaker's Way, the residents will turn against us, in turn prompting a failure notification for the quest. In this instance, we saw both Nivon and Hrol outside together. Nobody else was around to witness our deeds, so we decided to see what would happen if we killed one of them in front of the other. Even though there would be no witnesses left, and the scene would look even more believable, we still received the failure notification because we were caught committing a crime. Killing both clan leaders and attempting to speak with any of the other residents will sound like this.
We know how to deal with criminals in Bleaker's Way.
Reloading our save and killing both clan leaders in secluded areas, we decided to break into one of the Dalvalu members' house during the nighttime and inform them of what we found.
What is it? There's trouble here in Bleaker's Way.
We tell her about Hrol first.
Hrol Ulfgar is dead. And his clan believes our family responsible. This is madness.
We then tell her about Nivon.
Nivon has been murdered, and by one of the Ulfgar clan. Barbaric Nords. Mindless animals. They will pay for their actions.
Interestingly, after exiting the conversation, Satha Dalvalu went back to bed. And just as interesting, we actually had to pick the lock to leave the cabin. Exiting back out into Bleaker's Way, the other 6 settlers went straight to war. The odds were a little more even this time, as not including the clan leaders, there are 4 Dalvalus and only 3 Ulfgars. With Satha trapped inside of her home, it made the fight a fair 3-on-3. The first person to fall in battle was Maliani Dalvalu. Following her was Kirsten Ulfgar. Just to see what would happen, we decided to step into the fight ourselves. The aftermath of the first fight resulted in a win for the Dalvalus, so this time around we decided to help out the Ulfgars. Successfully killing both Arvin and Redas without any penalty, we see that we have the ability to sway the fight in one way or the other, depending on which side we favor. The remaining Ulfgars are still on edge as Satha is still in her home. We enter inside and see that she's out of bed and ready for a fight. She leaves her cabin and we follow. She immediately conjures a ghost to her aid. With the specter by her side, she definitely has the upper hand. Ulrika and Barrier are definitely tired from defeating the other Dunmer. We watch the battle rage on for a bit as Satha delivers the killing blow on Barrier. At this rate, it's a 2v1 against Ulrika Ulfgar. Again, because we favor our fellow Nords, we deliver the killing blow on Satha, thus rendering the Ulfgars as the victors. We speak with Ulrika.
Every last dark elf in Bleaker's Way is dead. Such madness. How did it ever start?
Important to note throughout all of this is that we don't actually have to watch the fight between the Dunmer and the Nords. As soon as we provoke either clan to attack the other, we're free to go back to Mephala's shrine. An additional way for us to fail this quest is if every single resident in Bleaker Way is killed off before we return back to Mephala. Naturally, this would be very hard to accomplish if we let both clans duke it out, but if we were to step in and have an influence on the fight, there is a chance that it could result in the death of every single resident. There are some additional notes provided by the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages with regards to this quest. The most important one is that if you're trying to keep your character away from murdering innocent people, there are multiple ways to kill the clan leaders without getting our hands dirty. For starters, if we choose to lead any creature or animal out from the wilds of Cyrodiil over to Bleaker's Way, they could maul and kill the leaders for us. If we went ahead and completed Vermina's Daedric Shrine quest, as well as Sanguine's Daedric Shrine quest, we could then either use Sanguine Rose to summon a Daedra to do the dirty work for us, or we could use the Skull of Corruption to summon a copy and have the copy kill the leaders. The final 2 ways suggested are to either reverse pickpocket a poisoned apple into their inventories, or by playing the persuasion minigame, we can lower their disposition below 15, which will then cause them to automatically attack us, resulting in their murder as self-defense. Now, let's bring the conversation back towards Mephala and the Ebony Blade. Reading directly off of the unofficial Elder Scrolls page article on Mephala, Mephala is a Daedric prince who is associated with murder, lies, deception, sex, and secrets, and is always weaving a web of intrigue and terror. Mephala interferes in the affairs of mortals for her own amusement and does nothing without purpose. In an essay analyzing the Daedric prince, Devaith Fur posits that Mephala likely doesn't see mortals as mere playthings, unlike some of her fellow princes. The web spinner deals in secrets and hidden lore. She and her worshippers value secrets and mysteries above all else. Those who stumble upon one of Mephala's shrines or a place where an artifact of hers is hidden may find Mephala whispering forbidden secrets in their ears. It's safe to say that with this information, Mephala is not one of the Daedric princes to be considered not wholly evil. She sounds pretty malevolent to me. Switching the conversation over to the Ebony Blade, as mentioned before, it's a leveled, enchanted, unique Daedric artifact. It's a one-handed sword and has fairly powerful enchantments, as well as a pretty high overall damage rating. Unlike most of the Daedric weapons that we've already covered, the Ebony Blade actually does not have an article written about it in Tamrielic lore compiled by Yagrim Bagarn. However, I think there's a very good reason for this. The book, Tamrielic Lore, first appeared in the Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind, and it turns out that Morrowind is the only game in the main installments where Ebony Blade does not make an appearance. And this is because the Daedric prince, Mephala, rewards the Nerevarine with the Ring of Khajiit. For the other installments of the Elder Scrolls, starting with Arena, apparently the Ebony Blade was found by the Eternal Champion, Talon, in the province of Valenwood. During the events of Daggerfall, an agent of the Blades was tasked by Mephala to kill a noble in the Ilek Bay. Mephala then would have awarded our character with the Ebony Blade. We obviously know the events that transpired during Oblivion, and for Skyrim, the Blade has arguably the most interesting story. Jarl Balgruuf of Whiterun came into possession of the Blade. Knowing the evil and sinister entity that it belongs to, he tried to destroy it in the Skyforge but was unsuccessful. Therefore, he hid it deep within the lower levels of Dragon's Reach. While playing in the area, Nelkir, one of the Jarl's children, started hearing whispers coming from the door. Mephala was trying to contact the child and attempted to poison and twist their mind. It's here the Dragonborn is given the key to the door and is able to acquire the blade. However, in one last sinister plot, Mephala tells the Dragonborn that in order to recharge the blade, we must kill those who are closest to us. Mephala's quest in Skyrim actually had a much darker and scarier plotline. However, due to various reasons, it had to be scrapped. One day we'll talk about it when we cover Skyrim, but for now we can confirm that this blade has dark ties to it. And with that, thus officially ends Mephala's Daedric Shrine quest. We're going to be going through and discussing Meridia's Daedric Shrine quest. In order to begin this quest, we must be at least level 10. None of the NPCs in the game will tell us where the shrine is, so as far as finding it goes, we're on our own. However, lucky for us, it isn't too far off the beaten path. Heading west along the Gold Road from Skingrad, we're likely to see the icon for the shrine pointing north. Arriving, we see the 3 standard Daedric worshippers. In the robes, we have Basil Ernard, the male Red Guard is Demetrius, and the Imperial is Javolia Mabaril. The specific location of Meridia's shrine is west of Skingrad. It's a short distance east from Shard Rock, and a short distance west from Cursed Mine. And as mentioned previously, it's north along the Gold Road just after Skingrad. We speak with Demetrius and Javolia for some dialogue.
All things speak with the voice of life, even the bones of the earth.
Life is a blessing, and death is not the end, but only when the spirit remains incorruptible.
We now turn over to Arnard to speak with him.
What business do you have with Meridia, Lady of Infinite Energies?
We ask about the shrine.
The spark of life is within you, and you are welcome here at Meridia's shrine. It is possible she will speak to you, under certain conditions. Leave an offering at this shrine. Meridia demands tribute in the form of the remains of her enemies, the undead.
Ernard tells us how to contact Meridia. However, what he says is fairly vague. We need to give her the remains of an undead. Well, as it turns out, this is actually a fairly easy task. We can give her anything that was looted off of an undead creature. So this could range from mort flesh from a zombie, bone meal from a skeleton, or even ectoplasm from a ghost or wraith. To make this quest even easier, there's actually a sample of ectoplasm at Meridia's shrine. Just behind the bench that is more northwest, at the right corner facing Meridia, we'll see the sample that we can use as an offering. Picking up the ectoplasm and approaching the Daedric Lord, we speak with her. We're asked if we wish to make an offering. We accept.
By the detritus of the profane I am brought forth, and by your offering you have made the profane your interest mortal. The undead are foul, unnatural things. Some of my rivals take pleasure in these abominations. Not Meridia. I wish these creatures destroyed. Hidden behind a door, deep in Howling Cave, are necromancers. They rob graves for the materials to raise their undead armies. Find these necromancers, destroy them and their abominations. Do this, and earn the gratitude of Meridia.
It's at this point we get a quest update. Meridia's Daedric Shrine quest is as simple as it sounds. We're to go to this cavern called Howling Cave and defeat a bunch of necromancers. Howling Cave is east of our current location. It is also east of Skingrad and east of Bloodcrust Cavern. It's northeast of Cylorn and northwest of the Priory of the Nine. We fast travel over to Bloodcrust Cavern and make our way to the Howling Cave from there. Before setting off, we make sure all of our gear is completely repaired, as well as fully charged. There's a few bandit camps that will pass along the way. If you want to engage in a fight, you can, but we thought it best to keep our gear in its best condition. After a short walk out, we found the supposed secret entrance to Howling Cave. There are destroyed cobblestone walls lining the perimeter, as well as broken and desecrated tombstones stood up within. The main giveaway that there are necromancers present is we actually see a dug up grave with a corpse in it. Another surefire way to know if there will be undead in this cave is that they all happen to have the same hooded statue figure next to the entrance. Entering inside, we prepared ourselves for anything. Our first enemy encounter was a rat. We switched over to the Blade of Woe as we didn't want to waste our charge with Goldbrand. The next enemy we fought too was also a rat. It turns out this first little area here is filled with nuisance animals. We take a look around and see 3 different pathways that we can take. Looking at the local map, we see that our green quest marker points us to the northmost passageway. Descending down, we come across 2 undead, which is a telltale sign that we're on the right track. We see a skeleton champion as well as a nether lich. Switching over to Goldbrand, the fire enchantment works wonders when it comes to killing undead. First, the skeleton champion went down, then we targeted the nether lich and sent it back to the void. We see that it dropped a Staff of Ruin, which our character won't really use, but it will definitely make a great piece to sell for some gold. We follow the pathway, which bends a corner and reveals a rock wall. Getting close to it, it actually lowers on its own. On the other side, we see the secret passageway leading to the Howling Cave lower galleries. Entering on through, we see that there are now 5 green quest markers, indicating there are 5 necromancers for us to kill. In the first area, all hell breaks loose immediately. We face off against 2 necromancers, a gloom wraith, a headless zombie, a skeleton hero, and a lich. Right away, we take down the 2 necromancers as they're the easiest and have the least amount of health. This will also negate any chances of them summoning another undead to help them in battle. Next, we defeat the gloom wraith. After recharging Goldbrand, we slash down the headless zombie. Then our next target was the skeleton hero, and finally, we approach and attack the nether lich. After it goes down, we turn around to see a wraith has been drawn over by all the commotion. We defeat the wraith, and finally are left in peace for the time being. Our character's level is in the mid-20s. We have an amazing heavy armor set and a fantastic leveled enchanted Daedric weapon. And still, we were incredibly close to becoming overwhelmed. I believe that if our character was in the mid-teens, and we weren't as proficient with our skills as we currently are, and maybe our weapons and armor weren't that good, this would be an incredibly difficult quest to complete. Interestingly, looting the necromancers, they have a whole bunch of potions and some incredible loot on them. If it's loot we don't want to use, it can definitely fetch a pretty penny. We look around the area to see if there's anything that offers up some lore. However, there are no notes or unique books. We leave this area and travel around the corner through another passageway. This leads us to a 3rd necromancer. The necromancer summons a faded wraith to its side. However, we focus our attacks on the dark wizard, but he gets some good attacks in though and staggers us a whole bunch, but ultimately we take care of them. We look into their inventory and again see a whole plethora of potions. According to several wiki sources, this is due to a bug. Apparently, the necromancers are spawned in at the start of the game, and due to our level being high and their level increasing with us, their number of overall potions increases in their inventory. So it's definitely not the best of reasons to do this Daedric Shrine quest later, but if you wanted to find some cheap and inexpensive potions, and a lot of them, this would be a great quest to do. We leave this small area, go back to the main room, and continue onwards down a different path. We're met with a fork in the road, although it appears that either way there's a necromancer. We decide to go straight ahead and come across a gloom wraith as well as a dark wizard. We begin the battle when all of a sudden the 2nd necromancer gets pulled into the room. We begin violently and frantically swinging away, when during the commotion both necromancers end up falling. This prompts us to receive a quest update that we've successfully killed all of the necromancers in Howling Cave. We close the notification and defeat the wraith again resulting in our temporary peace. We go ahead and loot the rest of the necromancers, receiving all of their potions and scrolls. There are a bunch of coffins lining the walls of Howling Cave, and looting these could result in some good treasure. However, it does seem like the best and most expensive loot comes from the inventory of the Dark Wizards. As we were on our way out, we're attacked by a Nether Lich. Again, for our level and our equipment, this is no problem to take out. Before leaving, we decide to take the other passageway at the fork in the road. Here we come across a Faded Wraith, which actually belongs to another Nether Lich. We take out the Nether Lich and look around this area. Other than some basic loot, the hanging corpses, and the coffins, there really isn't too much else in here. We leave the lower galleries and go back into the first zone. We look around a little bit here as well to see if there's anything we missed. However, for the most part, it's just dead ends, silver veins, and more nuisance animals. A really interesting part of this quest is that we can actually go inside of this cave at any time and kill the necromancers. Since they're non-respawning, upon speaking with Meridia at her Daedric shrine, your quest will automatically update, saying that you can return back to her for your reward. However, as various wiki sources detail, it's probably best to take out the necromancers while this quest is active, as you can actually see where they are in the cave. This way, if you'd rather just run inside, take out the necromancers, and leave as the undead can be overwhelming, it makes it a good option. Once everything is said and done, we fast travel back to Meridia's shrine and speak with the Daedric Lord.
Well done. Those creatures were an affront to all life, and they have paid the price for their actions. Take this ring and go with my blessing.
And with that, we get another quest notification that because Meridia was happy with our services, we not only completed the quest, but were rewarded with a Daedric artifact. We speak with Ernard for some dialogue.
What business do you have with Meridia, Lady of Infinite Energies? Meridia has spoken to you, and for that you are blessed.
We can now take a look at our reward. Meridia gave us the Ring of Khajiit. It's a unique and enchanted ring. If we wanted to sell it, it could fetch 4,775 gold, but its enchantments are Chameleon for 35% on self, as well as Fortify Speed for 10 points on self. We're likely going to use this ring for our Thieves Guild endeavors. Now let's talk a little bit about the Daedric Prince of Meridia, as well as the Ring of Khajiit. As per information looked up across several wiki sources, Meridia is one of the few Daedric princes not considered to be completely evil. As seen per this quest, she has an extreme disdain towards the undead faction. Reading directly from the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages, with fervor, she reveals purity within chaos, aiming to abolish false life so that the Mundus may be reforged with the fire of new light. As such, Meridia has a reputation for benevolence. However, quite interestingly, as we know from the Knights of the Nine DLC, Meridia was the one to grant Umaril the Unfeathered immortality through her Daedric realm. Again, quoting the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages, to really detail the good and bad deeds of Meridia, we read, "In spite of this, she is referred to as the Glister Witch, or the Lady of Greed, by those who view her less favorably, with a habit of collecting live human specimens to satiate said greed. To her enemies, Meridia is known for her violent loathing of disorder, as well as her obsessiveness, self-righteousness, irrational anger towards entities she deems impure, and hatred of immortal free will and defiance. She believes that free will should be surrendered to passion. Destiny is fulfilled for the vessel." These articles were specifically picked out in order to detail her discrepancies. Now, as for the Ring of Khajiit, it actually has its own article in Tamrielic lore written by Yagrum Bagarn. In this literature, it goes by Ring of Khajiit. The article reads, "The Ring of the Khajiit is an ancient relic, hundreds of years older than Rajin, the thief that made the ring famous. It was Rajin who used the ring's power to make himself invisible and as quick as the breath of the wind. Using the ring, he became the most successful burglar in Elswere's history. Rajin's eventual fate is a mystery, but according to legend, the ring rebelled against such constant use and disappeared, leaving Rajin helpless before his enemies. Apparently, this ring can be associated with the two Daedric princes, Mephala and Meridia. The original owner was apparently Mephala, and it was then stolen by Rajin. The Ring of the Khajiit makes an appearance in the installments of Daggerfall, Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim. During the events of Daggerfall, Meridia gave the ring to an agent of the Blades, aka our character, in return for defeating a sorcerer who went back on an agreement they had made with the Daedric prince. During the events of Morrowind, it was actually Mephala that gave the Nerevarine the ring. The ring was rewarded to our character in exchange for killing a rogue member of the Morag Tong who was killing without orders. We obviously know how the ring is obtained during the events of Oblivion, and for the events of Skyrim, the ring was actually handed over to the Dragonborn by a Khajiit trainer known as Rasad. So instead of one of the two Daedric princes handing it over, it's actually a merchant who wants us to help find his aged Flynn. Once we've recovered all 3 bottles, we gladly trade them over for the very powerful Daedric artifact. With that, thus officially concludes Meridia's Daedric Shrine quest. We're going to be going through and discussing Molag Bal's Daedric Shrine quest in the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. In order to begin this quest, we must be at least level 17. Molag Bal's shrine is relatively hidden within the Great Forest of Cyrodiil. No one in the province will tell us where to find it specifically, however, there are a couple of NPCs who can point us towards a worshipper of the shrine, Olin Saren. If our character's conjuration skill has reached or surpassed the level of 70, we can go to one of 2 citizens and ask them about furthering our training in the mystical art. One of the trainers is Arentus Falvius. Arentus can be found in the Great Chapel of Talos within Bruma. Approaching and speaking with him sounds like this.
You were Martin's friend, weren't you? You were fortunate to have known him.
We ask him about training.
If you want to train further, you'll have to seek out someone else. There's nothing I can teach you. I've heard of a Daedra worshipper named Olin Saren. Very powerful and might be helpful, if you can find him. I heard he had to flee Morrowind, and is now hiding out in the forests of Cyrodiil. If there are other cultists out there, he's probably with them.
And just like that, we receive a quest update for conjuration training. Popping open our map and taking a look at it, we can actually see where Olin Saren, the so-called Daedra worshipper, is located. It doesn't give us a location marker, so we don't know for sure which shrine it is until we go there. But we do get a quest marker bringing us to a spot within the Great Forest. For reference, the shrine is east-northeast of Redguard Valley Cave, east of Weatherly, and east-southeast of Hack Dirt. Another NPC we can visit is Alberic Lyda of the Mages Guild. Alberic is at the Coral Mages Guild Hall and also offers conjuration training. Again, if we're past level 70 in that skill, speaking with Alberic sounds like this.
I am Alberic Lyda of the Mages Guild. I am pleased to make your acquaintance.
We ask him about training.
Find Olin Saren. Look for him at a Daedric shrine. That's where he probably is.
Either Arentus or Alberic will share the location for Olin Saren on our map. We don't need to speak to Olin, we only need to find where he is so we can locate the shrine of Molag Bal if we hadn't come across it yet. Now we can fast travel to a nearby location to the quest marker and make our way over. Arriving, we see the statue of the Daedric prince along with his 3 worshippers. Present, we have a Khajiit named Yushi, a Red Guard named Amir, and the Dark Elf in question, Olin. We speak with Yushi and Olin for some dialogue.
Fools must be separated from their illusions before they will come to him.
All mortals will come to him. He is the harvester of souls.
We then move on to speak with Amir.
You walk in the shadow of the corruptor. Why do you come to this place?
We inquire about the shrine of Molag Bal.
What is your business at the shrine of Molag Bal, the tormentor of men?
We say we wish to make an offering.
If you believe yourself worthy, present Molag Bal with an offering, the pelt of a lion. You have been told what must be done.
Amir gives us a relatively straightforward offering for Molag Bal, the pelt of a lion. Mountain lions will appear for us in the wilds of Cyrodiil as soon as we reach level 17. The easiest way to obtain its pelt is by slaying the beast and looting it. Sometimes we may find lion's pelts inside of random loot sacks, chests, barrels, crates, etc. It can be a trickier item to come across as it's a little more of an obscure find. Otherwise, some key places to check would be in caves or ruins. A great spot to look is in Unmarked Cave, which is west of Bleeker's Way Goodwill Inn and north-northeast of Ayleswell on the Red Ring Road. Unmarked Cave contains around 11 to 16 animals in its first zone, which odds are at least a few of them will be mountain lions. If you haven't begun the Fighters Guild questline yet, one of the first contracts in Anvil, titled A Rat Problem, has us fighting off against at least 5 of them, so that's a surefire way to collect a few. Another way to get them, which is a bit of a gamble, is if you've already become the Grand Champion of the arena, they may pop up as your opponent during a weekly match, allowing us to loot them for their pelts. It isn't guaranteed, but some general merchants throughout Cyrodiil might have them for sale as well. In any case, once the pelt of a lion has been acquired, we can return back to the shrine of Molag Bal and present it as an offering to the Daedric Prince.
Another mortal come to do my bidding. I only wish suffering and death. You will bring me both. I want to see a man brought to the edge and pushed. Near Brindle Helm, you will find Melus Petilius, a good man. An honorable man. He disgusts me. You will let him kill you with this, the cursed mace. As you are doing this for me, I'll save your miserable life. Probably. Get out of my sight.
It's at this point we get a quest update. The Daedric Prince, Molag Bal, wishes us to corrupt a man named Melus Petilius. We're given a weapon called the Cursed Mace, and we're to provoke Melus into attacking us and ultimately killing us with said mace. We're told that Melus can be found at a settlement called Brindleholm. Brindleholm is relatively close to the shrine, being a short walk away heading southwest. The Cursed Mace itself happens to be a plain Daedric mace. We walk for a bit and end up at the village of Brindleholm. It has a total of 4 residents living there. The quest marker actually brings us over to someone named Torvald the Sufficient's home. Instead of going over there, we decide to head over to the 3 residents congregating at the stables: Torvald himself, Merildor, and Estante. Speaking to any of them and asking about Melus sounds like this.
What can I do for you? I know of him, but I don't figure I need to tell you about it.
It's at this point we grease up Merildor with some septums and ask again.
I know of the poor man. Did wonders for folks around here. There was no job too small for him. Killed off hordes of goblins when they attacked the town. Killed off a nest of minotaurs single-handedly. That's all in the past now, though. Since his wife Vena died, we haven't seen hide nor hair of the man. Gone off by himself.
We ask about Vena Petilius.
She was a good woman, and Melus loved her as best he could. He was off fighting when she died. A sudden fever, and she was gone. Don't think he ever forgave himself for not being there when she passed. He swore then never to raise a weapon again. He lives alone now, moved into a cabin not far outside of town. It's near where he buried Vena. I understand he visits her grave every day.
Exiting the conversation, we make our way over to the updated quest marker. Important to note is that we didn't actually need to speak with any of the townsfolk on Melus's location. He can always be found at his wife's grave near his home or in his home. Clearly, Melus is somewhat of a local hero, and his combat abilities have only been used for the betterment of this village. Today, we're going to change that. Arriving, we see an Imperial man standing by a tombstone. Before we go over to him, we decide to quickly check in his house. Unfortunately, there's nothing significant or expensive in here. We exit and go back over to Melus. Melus is paying his respects and praying at his wife's tombstone. The tombstone simply reads, "Here lies Vena Petilius," and cannot be activated. Speaking with Melus sounds like this.
I would ask that you not bother me, especially in this place.
We ask him about Melus Petilius.
I am Melus Petilius. Leave me in peace to mourn my wife, Vena.
We then ask him about Vena Petilius.
She was my wife, and I would rather not speak of her now.
He gives us short and brief answers. Exiting the conversation, We decided to wait in increments to see if he did anything else with his time. It seems as though during this quest, he spends all his time at his wife's grave. He's supposed to go back to his cabin to sleep and pace around, but for us, all he did was pray at his wife's grave. The easiest way to ensure Malus attacks us with the mace is to place it on the ground in front of him while he's at the grave. Then, from here, we attack him and the corruption begins.
I have sworn not to raise a weapon in anger, but you have offended my honor in this most holy place. Prepare to die, devil!
Malus picks up the cursed mace and begins swinging away at us. Recommended is to remove your armor if you don't want its condition to deplete. Also, this way, Malus can kill us quicker. On the other hand, it could also be a great excuse to improve your heavy or light armor skills as well as your block skill. It's important that we don't fight back against him, and that we let him kill us. Important to note is that if we were to attack him without having spoken to him at first, he wouldn't have fought back. Once we've been defeated, we're met with a loading screen and have been teleported back to Molag Bal's shrine. Even though he is the self-proclaimed tormentor of mortals, he did uphold his end of the bargain and bring us back to life after we were killed with the mace. We approach the shrine and interact with it.
Well, it seems you've accomplished the task set out for you. Well done. Another man damned, another ruined soul. But you'll still get your prize, won't you? I think it was worth it, don't you? Keep up the good work, little mortal.
We get a quest update saying that we've completed our end of the bargain with Molag Bal, and have thus been rewarded with the Mace of Molag Bal. Speaking with Emir for some dialogue sounds like this.
You have pleased Molag Bal. Blessed is the one who spreads the seeds of dissent. Blessed are you who has spoken to the corrupter.
Taking a look at the mace, we're not proficient in blunt weapons, so it only has a damage rating of 8 for us. If we were proficient with it, however, it would deal upwards of 25 base damage. As for its enchantments, it has the abilities to absorb both strength and magicka for 5 points each on strike. The mace is one-handed and has a unique look to it. Returning back to Brindleholm, the other 3 residents unfortunately don't have any unique conversations with us. However, Melis himself does. Approaching him, we see that he's still praying at his wife's grave. He wears the cursed mace on his hip, which is definitely a good sign. Speaking to him sounds like this.
No. You're dead. I killed you myself. What manner of creature are you? Will I be tormented with your image forever?
Before we go any further, let's discuss ways in which we would fail this quest. For starters, if we completely misunderstood the assignment or fought back in any way and ended up killing Melis, we would be hit with a quest update saying that since he has died, we can no longer complete this quest. The very first time we provoked and were beaten down on by Melis, we were wearing the Ring of Namira. One of the ring's enchantments is that it reflects damage back onto our attacker. So, while we were wearing our best armor and tanking every hit, Melis' health was slowly depleting. Whether it was our armor being incredibly effective, his hits underwhelming, or the ring incredibly overpowered, Melis ended up dying before we did. Finally, by dropping any weapon in front of Melis, in this case the Blade of Woe, he'll pick that one up upon being provoked and attack us with it. Likely, but not tested, is that using some form of disintegration spell or enchantment, we could disarm him and then drop the cursed mace in the hopes that he picks it up. Otherwise, he'll continue to attack us with the wrong weapon, leading to either him killing us or us killing him. In this case, we were defeated and still teleported back to the shrine of Molag Bal. We approach the statue and speak with it.
You failed, mortal. I didn't figure you had it in you. Weakling, pathetic piece of filth. Leave before I make you sorry you ever came here.
With that, we receive a quest update, but unfortunately it still counts as failing and we don't get a do-over. We also don't receive any reward as we didn't fully uphold our end of the bargain. The quest in itself is simple yet an entertaining one. We're tasked by Molag Bal to have an innocent and honorable yet vulnerable man to kill us, truly showing Molag Bal's ability to corrupt and bring out the worst in the mortals of Nirn. Now, let's discuss a little bit about Molag Bal and his mace. For starters, Molag Bal is obviously one of the many Daedric princes. His obsession is seemingly the domination and conquest of mortals as he hopes to enslave and torture every single one. His most common titles and nicknames include the Lord of Brutality, the Prince of Domination, the Harvester of Souls, the Lord of Domination, and the God of Schemes. His Daedric realm is known as Cold Harbor. Many believe him to be the creator of the undead, including vampires, and many of which might refer to him as the Dark Father or the Father of Vampires. There is a lot of lore and details on Molag Bal that could make up its own video, so for now, we'll move along to his mace. The Mace of Molag Bal, as mentioned before, is a one-handed, unique, leveled, and enchanted blunt weapon. It has a total charge of allowing up to 44 enchanted hits. If you were in need of some quick gold, or simply had no use for this weapon, it could be sold for a value of 4,900 septims. The mace actually has its own entry in the book Tamrielic Lore compiled by Yagram Bagarn. The entry reads, also known as the Vampire's Mace, the Mace of Molag Bal drains its victims of magicka and gives it to the bearer. It also has the ability to transfer an enemy's strength to its wielder. Molag Bal has been quite free with his artifact. There are many legends about the mace. It seems to be a favorite for vanquishing wizards. The entry is onto something that, without their magicka, wizards would be extremely easy opponents to face in battle. The mace's origins can be apparently tracked back to an orcish blacksmith. The Orsimer was deceived by Bal and had his soul removed from his body, turning him into a soul shriven and forcing him to forge the mace within Bal's Daedric realm of Cold Harbor. The mace can be seen during the events of the Elderscrolls Online, as the Vestige actually battles Molag Bal, who was the one to wield it during the Plane Meld in the Second Era around year 582. During the events of Daggerfall, the mace was given to an agent of the Blades for killing a heretic mage. During the events of Morrowind, the Nerevarine can acquire the mace by killing a Daedroth named Menta Na for turning away from its duties of inflicting havoc and terror. We know what happens during the events of Oblivion, and for the events of Skyrim, the mace was given to the last Dragonborn in exchange for trapping and capturing the soul of a priest of Boethia. With that, thus officially concludes Molag Bal's Daedric Shrine quest. We're going to go through and discuss Namira's Daedric Shrine quest. In order to begin, we must be at least level 5, and finding it isn't exactly easy either. Organically, in the base game, nobody will tell us where to find the shrine. However, we are lucky that it's somewhat close to the city of Bruma, as there's a good chance that during our travels and adventures we would have happened across it, like our character did. Namira's shrine is located in County Bruma, near the Silver Road where it meets the Orange Road. It's technically in the Gerald Mountains, and it's northwest of Red Ruby Cave, east of Bruma, and south-southeast of Knoll Mountain. Going north on the Silver Road, there's a very good chance you would see the map marker on your compass. Similar to most other Daedric shrines in Cyrodiil, this one has 3 worshippers: Blanche Mastine, Degil, and Hilfrodi the Harrier. We speak with the former 2 first to see what dialogue they have to say.
Don't talk to me. Talk to the one in the robes.
Talk to Hilfrodi. I can't help you.
Now we go speak with Hilfrodi.
Who are you? Why do you invade our place of worship? Surely, you don't think yourself worthy to visit Namira's shrine.
We ask about the Shrine of Namira.
A place of blessed darkness. A holy place where we may worship in our wretchedness. Why are you here?
We decide to say we're just passing through at first.
Then leave this place. Namira has no business with you.
After she exits the conversation, we go back in and say we wish to worship her.
You do? You are too pretty to worship in this place. People like you, like to hear you talk. When you are more loathsome, you may return.
Namira's Daedric Shrine quest calls for a more unique offering. Most Daedric shrines require a physical gift, but not quite this one. Approaching the shrine and interacting with it brings this message: you are not the type of follower Namira requires. Now, what does this mean? Essentially, in short, we're too likable and we're too good looking. So we have to change that in order to gain an audience with Namira. To simplify it even further, our personality attribute has to go below 20. Lucky for us, ours is already at a solid 33, so we don't have that much work ahead of us. However, if your personality is really high, you're going to have a tough time bringing it down to the required amount. Something that is already helping us out are the Scales of Pitiless Justice. This is a reward from the Dark Brotherhood, and as you can see, it subtracts your personality by 2 points. Now, the easiest way to bring your personality down to 20 points is by traveling to a local chapel. In our case, the city of Bruma happened to be the closest, so we traveled to the Chapel of Talos, and we descended down into the chapel hall. Here in the corner, you'll find a plethora of cheap wine. You'll notice it's not owned by anybody, so it's free for the taking. You'll notice that the cheap wine, while looking at its effects, drains personality for 10 points for 120 seconds. To demonstrate its effects, you'll see we can chug 4 at a time, or if you close your menu and reopen it, you can chug another 4, totaling 8. Regardless, you'll see that our personality went all the way down to 0, which is perfect. That's well below the required 20 mark. So even if your personality is really high, using the cheap wine technique should be able to bring it down. Now, for whatever reason, if you're unable to hit that 20 mark using cheap wine, there are some items around Cyrodiil that can help us out. For example, if we go to Skingrad and visit Agnet the Pickled and Hammer and Tongs, she sells an enchanted helmet called the Helm of Ferocity. It's an orcish helmet and it costs over 10,000 gold. However, it does drain personality for 5 points on self, which could be just the amount you're looking for. However, it is a pretty steep price for this quest. For a less pricey alternative, we could go to the first edition in the Imperial City Market District and visit Fintius. Fintius actually sells a scroll called Document of Puerile Banter. It fortifies endurance and willpower for 50 points, yet it drains speechcraft and more importantly personality for 50 points as well. That will surely put you under the 20 point mark. This scroll is certainly less expensive than the Helm of Ferocity, but it's still worth a pretty penny at over 6,500 gold. Now the last item for purchase that could help you out is in Moknah's books in Shadenhall. Moknah sells a scroll called Chronicle of Sacrifice. It has a whole myriad of effects, however the most important one is it does drain personality for 50 points. This scroll does cost over 7,500 gold, so it's even more expensive than the one Fintius was selling. Regardless of the method we choose, whether our personality is already extremely low, or we resort to chugging cheap wine, we use the Helm of Ferocity, or either of the two scrolls, all that matters is that our personality goes below 20 points. Arriving back at the shrine and becoming as unlikable as possible, we speak again with Hilfrodi.
Ah, much better. You repulse me now, at least to a degree. Others should find you foul, disgusting. Namira may be pleased. Approach the shrine.
Just for some dialogue, we speak with Blanche Mastine.
You have been told to approach the shrine. Perhaps Namira will find favor in you.
Worth noting is that as soon as we're deemed ugly enough by Hilfrodi, it doesn't really matter what our personality gets back up to. We've already gotten far enough to activate the quest. We approach the shrine of Namira and interact with it.
You dare approach my shrine, child of the light? You who walks this plain basking in the light of the warm, cruel sun? Prove to me that you deserve my favor. In anger, my forgotten have lived in peace for many years. They worship me from the dark, basking in their misery and filth. Now, though, some would seek to bring light to their darkness. Priests of Archay have intruded upon their squalor. I want you to help my forgotten kill these priests of the light. Cast this spell upon the priests. Allow my beloved forgotten to kill the interlopers. When this is done, I shall reward you for your efforts.
It's at this point we get a quest update. Namira has asked us to go to a place called Anga and bring aid to her fanatical worshippers called the Forgotten. Apparently, priests of Archay are trying to bring light to this ruin in order to save the Forgotten ones. Anga is located pretty much directly south of the shrine in the Heartlands. Namira gifted us a spell called Namira's Shroud. It doesn't say what it quite does, but we know that we're supposed to use it on the priests of Archay. Just for some dialogue, we hear what Blanche has to say one more time.
You have been given a task by Namira? Truly, you are terrible in my eyes. Disgusting and foul. Blessed are you.
We also speak with Hilfrodi as there is unique dialogue. We ask about Anga.
Hallowed ground, home of the Forgotten Ones, a deep hole of shadow and despair, a truly wondrous place.
Hilfrodi doesn't really tell us much, but it's probably for the better, as Anga is a quite unique and interesting place. We make way for the Iliad ruin at once. It doesn't take very long to arrive at its doorstep. What's on the outside isn't particularly unique, but it's what's on the inside that we weren't prepared for. Anga is an extremely dark ruin. There's hardly any natural light, and there's a very good reason for that. Wandering around, we hear the shallow humming of the dungeon itself. We also hear someone muttering something in the distance.
Namira!
We see a priest of Arche clad in robes wandering around with a torch. We also see other humans lurking around in the darkness, stripped down to barely any clothing and recoiling at the light. Speaking with this priest of Arche, he unfortunately doesn't have any unique dialogue. In fact, he comments on our arena fight with the Great Prince. The practically naked humans are quite obviously the Forgotten Ones. We try to speak with one.
Leave us, creature of light!
Unfortunately, speaking with any one of the Forgotten Ones, they all share the same dialogue. They just tell us to leave as we're a creature of the light. Moving on through the rest of the dungeon, we see another priest of Arche. Trying our luck this time, he unfortunately doesn't have any unique dialogue either. And we see even more Forgotten Ones who are all repulsed by the light. At this point, we get an idea of what the spell Namira's Shroud could do.
Kill it!
Arche, light of lights, cleanse this place of darkness.
Wandering further and looking at our compass, we see that there's a total of 4 priests of Arche. We also see that there's 12 Forgotten Ones. Some points worth mentioning as well is that we hear undead through the walls, Anga is only one zone, and there's various Daedric inscriptions around the ruin. Before we get into specifics, let's see how the quest plays out. With the spell Namira's Shroud ready to be used, we approach our first priest of Arche and use it on him to reveal a horrifying scenario.
Arche, bring light to the dark.
Hurts us.
Arche, bring hope to the hopeless. Arche, by the light. Save me, Lord. Arche, protect, save me, Lord. Arche, by the light.
It turns out that casting the spell on a priest of Arche causes their torch to go out. They begin panicking, and before they can do anything, the Forgotten Ones gang up and maul them. It's definitely a terrifying way to go out. We find our next priest of Arche and cast the spell on him.
Light of lights, cleanse this place of darkness. Mistress! No. Arche, Arche! Save me, Lord. Save me, Lord. By the light, Arche, protect me.
The second priest is down for the count. Interestingly, even though we're helping the Forgotten Ones, they still have the same dialogue. Real quick, a useless but peculiar piece of information is that the torches that the priests of Arche carry can be looted, and they're kept separate from the rest of our torches, as when we equip them, they instantly vanish, likely an effect from the spell we cast. We find the next priest and cast Namira's Shroud on them.
Arche, bring light to the dark. Arche, bring hope to the hopeless.
What? No! No! Arche, by the no! Arche, by the light! No!
There really is something bone-chilling about the whole scenario. The way the priests know how much danger they're in when their light goes out, as well as their pleads for Arche to help them. So, if you remember earlier, I mentioned there's undead in these ruins. Well, it turns out they're behind a false wall, and the last priest became super distracted with them. We likely could have still cast Namira's Shroud on him, but we quickly decided to take care of the undead. In fact, looking back at it now, it would have been more interesting to see how he reacted with his torch out and the undead nearby. Either way, there are only 2 undead present within the ruins, and they'll be scaled to your level. In our case, it was a dread zombie as well as a faded wraith. We follow the last priest and cast the spell.
Save these poor souls. My God, no! Ah! By the light! No! Save me, Lord. Arche! Arche, by the light, save me! Arche, protect me!
As soon as the last priest of Arche goes down, we'll receive a quest update that we should return back to Namira's shrine. Unfortunately, attempting to speak with the Forgotten Ones still yields the same results. We leave the ruin and fast travel back to the shrine. Approaching the statue, we interact with Namira.
You have cleansed my followers' perfect darkness. The Forgotten are free to wallow in their misery. Take my ring. Let it bring pain to others who would wish it upon you. Namira blesses you.
And at this point, we get a notification that we've successfully completed Namira's Daedric Shrine quest. Before leaving, we speak with Hilfrodi for some dialogue.
Namira is pleased, foul one. May your days be filled with the hurtful stares of others. Dwell joyously in filth and squalor.
Because we completed the quest the correct way, we're rewarded with a Daedric artifact, the Ring of Namira. The Ring of Namira has a value of over 10,000 gold. It has the enchantments of Reflect Damage for 12% on self, as well as Reflect Spell for 10% on self. Now, before we ask questions about what happened, let's see how some other scenarios would have turned out. Going back into the ruins of Anga with the priests of Arche, as well as the Forgotten Ones, we decide to attack a priest of Arche outright. They're not a hard fight and they die pretty quickly. However, in the event that we kill one, we actually fail the quest. Namira specifies that we're solely there to cast the spell, and that her Forgotten Ones should be the ones to kill the priests. Interestingly, even though we assault one priest, we're not aggroed by any of the other three. Also, the Forgotten Ones don't join in on the fight, so we're left to do the killing. Going back to the shrine, there is no further interaction with Namira, and Hilfrodi has this to say to us.
You have failed, Namira. Cursed forever are you.
And just like that, the quest abruptly ends. There's no way to start over or to make it right. Another way to fail this quest is by attacking and killing a Forgotten One. As soon as a Forgotten One dies by our hand, we receive a quest update similar to the last one. We've failed the quest and we can no longer return back to the Daedric Shrine. Similar to the priests of Arche, even though they witnessed us killing one of their own, the Forgotten Ones aren't aggro towards us. Nevertheless, the quest ends and cannot be continued. Now, the final method of successfully completing this quest involves the undead trapped within the ruins. We'll find ourselves within a dead-end spot in Anga. We'll see a push block, and upon interacting with it, we actually set the undead free. In the room, there's a pressure plate we can stand on, which lowers the other false wall. It's here the undead will be released, and they'll actually target us along with the priests of Arche. Given how weak the priests are and how strong the undead are, they do a great job at killing them quickly. The Wraith is a little slow, but the Dread Zombie does a good job at following us around. We can string it along to each priest and have it kill them. And quite interestingly, they don't aggro onto the Forgotten Ones, so we don't have to worry about them dying. Now, I do have to stress that killing the priests this way is extremely inefficient. The only justifiable reason for using this method is if your alteration level isn't high enough or you don't have enough magicka, which I think would be unlikely for most characters. Either way, once you've had the undead kill all 4 priests, you'll get the notification saying you should return to Namira's shrine. Regardless if you use the spell or utilize the undead, you'll still receive Namira's ring, as well as have completed the quest. Now let's talk a little bit about the Ayleid ruin of Anga. As mentioned previously, there's actually Daedric inscriptions placed all around the ruin. Even though there are quite a lot, there's actually only a variety of 3 different texts. Starting off with the longest one, which can be found inscribed on the wall, it says, "She watches over us, shadowing us with her dark embrace. The forlorn exist eternally in the darkest pits." The next one can be found on the side of altars or on the sarcophagi. It simply reads "Everlasting Life." And then the last one, which can be found on top of the sarcophagi, read "O Namira." These messages and inscriptions are likely written by the Forgotten Ones dedicated to the Daedric Prince of Namira. Now, speaking of which, let's move on to the Forgotten Ones. Unfortunately, there really isn't much information based around them. We did hear from Namira herself that they are her more hardcore followers. They're fanatics who've inhabited the ruins of Anga for quite a long time. While speaking to them, they call us creatures of the light, but there's actually a pretty good reason for that. A lot of people associate Namira with darkness, and moreover, beings that are associated with darkness, so say slugs or spiders, insects, things that burrow down. So in an attempt to appease Namira, as well as to live as closely in her image as possible, the Forgotten Ones have left and turned their back on society, and instead have taken up residence in the dark ruins of Anga to live in the darkness and solitude. The Forgotten Ones aren't just recoiling away from the brightness, they genuinely shun the light and all those who dwell in it. Now, as for the Ayleid ruin of Anga itself, there really isn't anything special to it. It contains the 4 priests of Arche, who are now all dead. It contains 12 of Namira's Forgotten Ones, and it also contains 2 undead. There are 2 boss-level Ayleid reliquaries, 4 Ayleid casks, 3 coffins, and 1 restoration Ayleid chest, as well as there's also the hidden chamber at the bottom section of the local map. This Daedric artifact has made an appearance in Daggerfall, Oblivion, Skyrim, Legends, and Blades. There's even an unused version of the ring in the Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind. During the events of Daggerfall in the 3rd Era year 405, the ring was given to an agent of the Blades for killing an ancient vampire. This said ancient vampire was at odds with the prince at the time. We obviously know how the events unfolded during the timeline of Oblivion, and during the events of Skyrim in the year 201 of the 4th Era. After killing and eating a priest of Arche, the Dragonborn was rewarded with the Ring of Namira. And with that, thus ends Namira's Daedric Shrine quest. We're going to be exploring and discussing the quest given to us by Nocturnal at her Daedric Shrine. In order to do this quest, we must be at least level 10. Her Daedric Shrine can be found north-northeast of Leyawiin, just north along the road of Blackenmarch, or south along the road of Barren Mine. After a short ride along the road, we'll come across Nocturnal's Shrine, which is just off the beaten path. Here, she has 3 worshippers lingering around. We approach the orc, Morgra Gamorn, and speak with her.
What is your business in this place? You should not be in this place. What is your business here? Do you believe yourself worthy to speak to Nocturnal? Perhaps you have been summoned. Perhaps Nocturnal desires your service and has guided you here. Approach. Approach the shrine, if you dare.
We've been given special permissions from Morgra Gamorn to approach the shrine of Nocturnal and engage in conversation with the Daedric Prince.
Night among strangers. Secrets in the dark. Nocturnal is here. But my eyes blind and drowned. Stolen from its shrine and hid in darkness. To steal from a god is most unwise. In Leyawiin, 2 Argonians think themselves secret, but the eye has seen them. Find these thieves in the street that spans the waters. Learn where they hide my eye. Retrieve the eye of Nocturnal mortal, and return it to me, and I shall look favorably upon you.
It's here we receive a quest update. The update tells us that the Eye of Nocturnal, a Daedric artifact, has been stolen. Nocturnal, the Daedric Prince, believes the thieves to be Argonian and in the nearby city of Leyawiin. Leyawiin is our next compass spot. However, when we fast travel over and arrive into the city, our compass disappears, leaving us without any help. Our first thought is to go and speak to someone in the city to see what dialogue options there are. We find a city guardsman and approach him.
There's no problem, is there? Eye of Nocturnal? Doesn't sound familiar to me.
The question is short, and the answer is even shorter. Asking the guardsman about the Eye of Nocturnal directly yields no results. Interestingly, we went around to quite a few citizens to check out their dialogue options, and none of them had the Eye of Nocturnal prompt.
I'm Singor. I'm the captain of the Leyawiin Neighborhood Watch. Actually, captain, president, vice president, secretary, treasurer, and sergeant-at-arms. We're a small, select organization of crime fighters. We're going after the crimes and criminals the Guard overlooks. Goodbye.
It was at this point I thought to myself, maybe we need to persuade or charm the guards. But then I remembered that the dialogue option was grayed out afterwards, so it would be a dead end. I even tried the Mages Guild, as they are most likely to know about strong and particular ancient arcane artifacts, but there were no dialogue options there either. Interestingly, we hear more about the matter at hand when we ask the local guards about the city of Leowin and not the Eye of Nocturnal directly.
Is there a problem? Weebam-Na and Bajin have been bragging about some big score they made recently. They claim it's a valuable jewel. Who knows with those two? She wasn't a bad sort until she hooked up with that rascal Weebam-Na. That's where you're likely to find her, at Weebam-Na's house. He's always got some scam going with Bajin, his partner. You might find them both at Weebam-Na's house.
Lucky for us, Weebam-Na's house is directly behind us, so we can go in there right away. If you don't recognize the name, Weebam-Na was shortly involved in the Mazoga the Night questline. He's a local hunter and knows the area extremely well. Entering inside, we find both of the Argonians and begin speaking to Bajin.
I'm Bajin. I'm a hunter and Weebam-Na's partner. I hope he didn't bother you about the rat thing. He's gone totally rat cuckoo, I'm afraid. Yes, I am Bajin. Why? Why would you ask? I've never heard of it. No idea what you're talking about. And Weebam-Na doesn't know either.
Bajin is playing coy, so we go to speak with Weebam-Na.
Rats, hate them, everyone. Gonna hunt them down and chop them all to tiny bits. Oh, did I say that out loud? Excuse me. I'm Weebam-Na, the hunter. You got to excuse me. I got rats on the mind. I am Weebam-Na. What do you want? Never heard of the thing, and neither has Bajin. You ask too many questions.
Both of the Argonians are playing dumb, and Weebam-Na even seems a little bit suspicious of us. Reading our journal, it says that we are likely to gain more information out of the pair if we eavesdrop on their conversations.
But what if the trolls eat it?
Shh! There's someone here. Wait until they leave.
Our quest updates and tells us that the Argonians paused their conversation when they realized that we were still in the house. So we quickly exit the house, go into our inventory, and start removing all of our heavy armor and weapons. My character's sneak skill is really bad, so we're going to need all of the help that we can get. Once we're ready, we enter back in to eavesdrop once more.
But what if the trolls eat it?
Trolls don't like water. Trolls don't swim. The Eye is perfectly safe in Tidewater Cave, so relax.
We receive a quest update that their so-called hidden treasure is actually in a place called Tidewater Cave.
But what if a fisherman uses the cave?
No fisherman is going into Tidewater Cave. It's full of trolls. We have to sneak past them, remember?
We should go get it right now.
And have one of your nosy friends snoop around here and steal it? No. It's safer in Tidewater Cave.
You're right. I know. I'm just worried. I'll try to calm down.
That's the end of the unexpected conversation. But now we can approach both Argonians and pry a little bit into their plunder.
What? Tidewater Cave? Tidewater Cave. Why do you ask about this place? Bajin? Bajin knows nothing. Bajin tells stories. Silly Bajin. Shame on Bajin to tell such silly, silly stories.
What do you want? I know nothing of the place. Just an old cave, from what I hear.
Reading this further quest update, it details how Weebamna is even more suspicious of us now and that we should retrieve the Eye of Nocturnal sooner than later. We re-equip all of our battle gear and take a look at the world map. Tidewater Cave is located south-southeast of Leyawiin, directly south of the word Leyawiin on the map. Our closest discovered location is Forsaken Mine, which we used for the Fighters Guild questline. We fast travel over at once. According to the information we heard in the Mazoga the Night questline, Weebamna is a skilled hunter and knows the surrounding areas of County Leyawiin and Blackwood. It definitely fits that he would be able to navigate through a local, dangerous cave system and hide a highly coveted item. After swimming a short distance and arriving on the shoreline, we come to the entrance of Tidewater Cave. Entering inside, we're immediately met with the likes of a black bear and a unique troll named the Calper Clan Troll. This troll appears similar in size and appearance to the regular troll, but given our character's level, these trolls are actually a higher level than us and therefore put up a tougher fight. Interestingly, these trolls have a pair of calipers in their inventory when they are defeated. I can't even begin to imagine the lore for that. Hooking our first left, the passageway descends and becomes partially submerged in water. Waiting for us at the bottom is another Calper Clan troll, as well as a mountain lion this time. The mountain lion hits incredibly hard and deals some good damage on us. Where they're especially deadly is their attack speed, which is a stat level of 25. Eventually, the mountain lion goes down, and it's just us and the Calper Clan troll. This fight gets pretty dicey and close, as our enchantment ran out mid-fight with this troll. Tidewater Cave itself only has one zone to it. The zone contains 3 rooms and a variety of walkways. There are 3 Calper Clan trolls, 3 to 6 animals, and 2 slaughterfish. Other than the Eye of Nocturnal, there are 3 other spots to find treasure within this cave. After defeating the pair of enemies, we progress further down the passageway and hook another left in the direction of our green compass. We're attacked yet again, this time by another mountain lion and a timber wolf. Fortunately, this was a much easier and quicker fight, and both animals were slain. We come to a point where we need to go underwater to reach the Eye of Nocturnal. Lucky for us, it's a very brief amount of time that we're underwater for. Upon going down, we see one of the 3 lootable chests, and most importantly, we see what looks like a spider emitting luminescent gases. This is the Eye of Nocturnal. We pick it up and receive a quest update saying that we should now go back to Nocturnal Shrine. The way out is straightforward and already cleared. We ascend back up the walkways and exit Tidewater Cave back out into Cyrodiil. We open up our map and fast travel back to the shrine. Approaching it and interacting with it sounds like this.
My eye is returned, and I once again see into the darkness that is your world. We mock the things, for bitter is their loss. You, mortal, may take this. It shall open the secrets of dark places.
We receive an update saying that we have completed the quest, and the Eye of Nocturnal has been swapped out for a Daedric artifact called the Skeleton Key. While on our person, the Skeleton Key fortifies our security for 40 points. The worshippers don't offer much dialogue other than this.
Blessed are you. How may I serve you? Keep the key safe.
Thus ends the Daedric quest, Nocturnal. We can return back to Weebamna's house to try and speak with either him or Bajin about the Eye of Nocturnal, but no further dialogue is offered. So let's talk briefly about the Eye of Nocturnal. There really isn't much lore on this mysterious object. It has apparently only appeared in this installment of the Elder Scrolls games. Nocturnal says that she is able to see out of it, so for to take that literally, it's her way of scrying on Nirn from her Daedric realm of Evergloam. Other theories in the same vein say that she uses it to communicate with her followers in Tamriel. It could go either or both ways, but given the context of what she says when we are speaking to her, she knows that the eye is underwater in a dark area. She also knows that it was 2 Argonians in Leyawiin, which likely speaks to her being able to see specifics out of the eye. Moving on, we are rewarded with an artifact known as the Skeleton Key when we finish this quest. As mentioned before, while it's on our person, it fortifies our security by 40 points. This key has a value of 5,000 gold, but the best part is that this artifact acts as an unbreakable lockpick. So if your character is like mine and has a lousy security skill level and is always breaking lockpicks, this item is incredibly useful. At first, I was simply going through the motions of picking locks until they were unlocked, but then I noticed that we could easily fast track the whole process by using the auto attempt feature. This completely takes the hassle out of picking locks. Within mere moments and without any effort, we were breaking into hard and very hard locks. The only downside to having this key in your inventory is that if you're trying to level up your security skill, the meter won't budge until it's off our person. We're fortunate that security is a minor skill and that we don't have to care too much about it with this character. However, on your thieves and rogues, it renders security a useless skill, and therefore not much leveling will occur from it. I've got to say that it really does make plundering and exploring so much easier, as now we don't have to worry about how many lockpicks we have on us, as well as the time it takes to actually get into the higher level chests. It's said that the skeleton key doesn't always take the form of a lockpick like it does in Oblivion, but it can look like an actual key like it does in Skyrim. It's also said that 2 limitations were placed on this key by wizards who didn't want their storehouses stolen from. The first is that the key could only be used once per day, which we see obviously isn't a factor in Oblivion, and the second is that it wouldn't be in the property of a thief for too long, as it would eventually disappear, which thankfully for us, also isn't applicable. The key is used as a tool to unlock all things. It can unlock not only doors and chests, but portals and hidden potential. Its most powerful feature, however, is to unlock and open the Ebonmere, a portal to Nocturnal's realm of Evergloam in the Twilight Sepulchre of Skyrim. According to Khajiit myth, the key actually belonged to Azura, but was stolen from her by Nocturnal during a stage of deception. The first holder of the key was a thief named Erevan. He apparently made a list of various places the key might choose to hide in, most of them extremely inaccessible. In the mid-Second Era, the Vestige, Divaith Fur, and the Clockwork Apostles tried to take the key from the Blackfeather Court, but were unsuccessful after being thwarted by Nocturnal herself. Eventually, the skeleton key would come into the possession of Sotha Sil after a harrowing victory, and the Vestige asked for it as a reward, but they were ultimately declined in that request. During the Imperial Simulacrum, the key was uncovered a number of times. The Eternal Champion discovered it in either Valenwood or the Somerset Isle, and it was also recovered in Hammerfell by the Spire Thieves of Brokenwing. During the Warp in the West, Nocturnal tasked an unknown agent of the Blades to kill a mage within their stronghold in exchange for the skeleton key. However, stories conflict on the outcome of said task. Later, the key would come into the possession of someone by the name of Gentleman Jim Stacy late in the Third Era. Jim Stacy was the leader of the Thieves Guild, but depending on the events, he might have been killed. Either way, the skeleton key was passed along or looted from his body. Then we have the events which just took place in Oblivion, with the Eye of Nocturnal being traded for the skeleton key to the hero of Kavach. Then lastly, we have the events which take place during Skyrim, when a corrupt member of the Thieves Guild, Mercer Frey, takes the key for his own good fortune, but plunges the rest of the guild into a slump. Mercer is eventually killed by the Dragonborn, and the key is then passed on. We're going to talk about the quest given to us by the Daedric Prince, Periite, in the Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion. Periite is known as the Daedric Prince of Pestilence, among other titles and names. He is said to bless his followers with diseases and is considered a more destructive Daedric prince. He is often depicted as a four-legged green dragon and may even appear as an apparition of a skeever. He's also able to maintain a calm demeanor when speaking with mortals. Now, to begin this quest, we head to Periite's Shrine. This shrine is located east of Breville, near the Imperial Dragon Inn and north of Bedrock Break. Upon arriving, we'll notice that there are 5 followers of Periite standing around in a circle. Upon closer inspection, they appear to be frozen, and when interacted with, the game gives us a message saying they are unconscious. As once stated in a previous video, this is a great area to train your combat skills. No one is around to witness our crimes, the NPCs don't fight back, and they cannot die. Be very careful, however, not to out-level yourself, as it can be very easy to level up, but your gear remains a lower tier. Recommended is to level up any minor combat skills, so that way it doesn't impact your character as much as major skills would. After punching the NPCs enough, we received a quest update saying that something peculiar is going on at this shrine and that we should investigate further. The update also mentions that we need to be at least level 10 to access the rest of this quest. This is when we can go and interact with the Shrine of Periite to receive some information.
This one moves. A welcome change. So, mortal, you have found my shrine, and you have seen my followers. They are an embarrassment to me. The fools cast a spell in the hopes of summoning me to them. It was prideful and foolish, and it has had its consequences. My followers are trapped between worlds. Their bodies here on this plane, their souls in Oblivion. I would have you reunite the bodies and the souls. I will transport you to the plane of Oblivion in which they are trapped. Find their souls. When all are collected, I will return you here. Return to me when you are prepared.
Now is the time to check our gear and make sure that we're ready for what lies ahead. After completing this quest, I can assure you it's very important to make sure your gear is fully repaired, charged, and that you have the necessary supplies and consumables ready. Once we've gathered the necessary resources, we can interact once more with the shrine. We're instantly teleported to what looks like Mehrunes Dagon's plane of Oblivion, the Deadlands. However, this is Periite's plane known as the Pits. Here, Periite guards the lowest orders of Oblivion. Very little is known about what the rest of the Pits looks like, as this realm was completely inaccessible to mortals up until recently. Looking at our compass, we'll notice 5 green arrows. These are our points of interest for rescuing Periite's followers. The land is one rather large island, and from where we spawn, there are 3 different directions we can head in, all of which lead to at least one of our quest markers. Scattered throughout this plane is a total of 22 to 42 Daedric creatures. We mostly dealt with Flame Atronachs, Scamps, and Clanfare Runts. Unfortunately for me, my best weapons had fire enchantments, which did not go well against the Atronachs. There's a variety of loot available in the forms of fleshy pod bags, claws, sacks, and hangings. There are also a few extra zones that can be explored while in this realm. The first one is called the Blood Well, which is actually an accessible tower located on the bottom left of the local map. However, there really isn't too much in here other than 2 Daedric creatures, a blood fountain, and a magicka essence. Before we get into the other zones, we're nearing our first Lost Soul. The Lost Souls appear as the same model as a ghost that we can have a social interaction with in the outside world. The first one we found is Ilvel Romaine. The souls don't offer up much dialogue other than a one-liner related to Periite.
Periite, save us!
Interacting with them will see them teleported back to Nirn, and we will receive a quest update about it. The Lost Souls seem to react around enemies with them running away in fear, shouting things like "look out," or even by attacking the enemies. As mentioned previously, there are 2 different cave systems that can be entered into. Coincidentally, both are called the Sightless Grotto, even though they don't meet up with one another. Looking at this map, A is the Blood Well, which is its own system that does not lead anywhere. B and C on the western side of the island are connected, and those are the cave systems of the first Sightless Grotto. D and E, located on the eastern side of the island, are connected and can help you reach 2 of the souls by simply taking the cave system. Personally, I found the caves a little less interesting and a lot more constricted than by simply walking around the outside. The Sightless Grottos can help reach the souls and offer as a detour from the outside, but how much more efficient and useful they are is up for debate. While outside, we can see our enemies, look for smoke in the sky as an indication on where the Lost Souls are, have better access to the local map, and follow pathways leading to the green arrows. Before doing research on the caves, they seemed more confusing on where to go, rendered ranged attacks useless, and lived up to their name by offering a lack of vision and awareness to enemies and direction. The Sightless Grotto on the western side of the island contains 4 Daedric creatures in its one zone. The eastern side of the island contains 5 Daedric creatures in the first zone and 5 more in the second zone. The unofficial Elder Scrolls pages recommends to collect the souls in this order for the most efficient usage of our time. Number 1 is Ilvel Romaine in the bottom left corner or southwestern area of the map by the Bloodwell Tower. Number 2 is Urtius, located in the middle left or central western part of the map. Number 3 is K1, located in the top right corner or northeastern part of the map. They can either be reached via the sightless grotto with a little bit of walking, or with a lot of walking to the other side of the island. Number 4 is Marin the Seal, located on the far right of the island or the eastern part of it. We can either take the eastern sightless grotto cave system from K1's location, or we can do a little bit of jumping across some rocks to get to their soul. The final soul is that of Miri, whom is located at the bottom of the map or the central southern part. Once all of the souls have been collected, we receive a quest update saying that Periite said he would open a portal back to Nirn for us in the center of the island, where we initially came from. Legging it back there, we see a neat looking magical portal that is a lot more inviting than one of Mehrunes Dagon's Oblivion gates. Activating the portal sends us back to Nirn, where we receive a quest update to speak with Periite. The conversation sounds like this.
You have returned my followers, mortal. The natural order is restored, and for this, I thank you. Perhaps they have learned the folly of attempting to touch a Daedra prince. Take this with my blessing. May it bring you order.
We're back. Thank Periite.
Our time must now be spent in prayer. Perfect order must be achieved.
And with that, we're gifted the Daedric artifact of Spellbreaker. It's a heavy enchanted shield with a 30% of reflect spell, which is apparently the second most powerful of said enchantment in the entire game. The shield has a unique design, although it is dwarven in nature, and it has similar stats to an Orcish shield but offers slightly more protection and has more durability. With the souls of Periite's followers saved and the Daedric prince pleased, thus ends the Daedric quest of Periite Shrine. We're going to be exploring the Daedric quest given to us by the Daedric prince, Sanguine. The Shrine of Sanguine is roughly northwest of Skingrad and southeast of Fort Durick, at the edge of the tree line. Arriving at the shrine and speaking with the followers sounds like this.
It all feels good. It's all fun. Why not?
I joined for the parties and stayed for the parties. Why would I go back to work? That life is for suckers and fools.
Have you come to revel in the glory that is the Shrine of Sanguine? It is a place of celebration for us. We dance, we make love. Would you speak with Sanguine? Approach them, and bring Sanguine a gift. Some Cyrodiilic brandy is an appropriate gift for your host.
I didn't have any Cyrodiilic brandy on me at the time, so I traveled to the Imperial City Market District and went into the Gilded Carafe. I spoke with Claudette Perrick and purchased 1 Cyrodiilic brandy. As far as Daedric offerings go, a Cyrodiilic brandy is by far not the hardest thing to purchase or pick up or find. Traveling back to the Shrine of Sanguine, we offer the Cyrodiilic brandy, and this conversation ensues.
Another mortal. Come to beg Sanguine to add a bit of spice to an otherwise drab existence. I would have you perform a service for me. The Castle Leowin is a dull, dreary place. The mistress is an especially somber soul, and tomorrow she will hold another excruciating dinner party. I want you to liven it up. Use this spell on the Countess and her guests. I think it will make the party much more interesting. You should probably try to be inconspicuous, or they might kill you. Oh, and the party is by invitation only. You'll have to find a way in. Have fun.
So we're given a mission to infiltrate the Countess's party over at Leowin and cast a spell titled Stark Reality. We fast travel over to the castle at once and enter inside. Once inside, we make our way to the so-called main area where we'll see a guard standing by the door to the dining area. Interacting with said door, it simply reads a message saying you cannot open this door, so instead we talk to the guard.
Hold on. There's a dinner party here tonight and no one gets into the room until it's prepared. And no one gets in the room, even after it's prepared, unless they're on the list. And even if they're on the list, they'd better be dressed for it. This is important to the Countess, and no one is going to muck it up. Got it?
The guard denies us entrance inside of the dining area. From within the walls, we can hear the guests speaking to each other. At this point, we decide to look around the rest of the castle to see if there's an alternate way inside. There definitely could have been, and most likely is, but I decided to go back to the guard and explore more dialogue options. We decided to speak with him again to see if he would offer up any new information. However, he just gave the same old speech again. Wandering around the castle a little bit more, I noticed an amazing opportunity. The Countess actually left the dinner party and briefly opened the door. I went to speak with her to see if there were any unique dialogue options for this quest. Unfortunately, there wasn't anything new, as I haven't even spoken to her yet with this character, so I just had to wait for the opportunity for her to enter back inside of the party. Finally, a few minutes passed by and she decided to go back inside of the party. The door was open for a few brief moments and we made our way inside. The guard closed the door behind us immediately and we were officially in the dinner party. I was worried that the guards would come in and accuse me of trespassing, but nothing like that happened. There were 4 guests at the table. I was really curious to see if we could get any unique dialogue options out of these people, but none of them had anything to offer other than rumors. I had never seen any of these NPCs before, so I did a little bit of research and I'm fairly certain that they're all unique to this quest. So, it was time to cast Stark Reality. I had no idea if it was a ranged spell or a touch spell, so I just fired off a random shot, and it worked. It turns out, what Stark Reality does is remove everybody's possessions, including their clothes. So, everybody was running around naked, and eventually the guards came in and tried to arrest me. What really confused me is they said that I lacked the funds to pay the fine, but I was pretty sure I was fairly set on gold. So, it turns out that the spell Stark Reality actually had an effect on our character as well, and removed all of my possessions, including my gold. So, we did get the quest update saying that we should return to Sanguine, but I wasn't very satisfied with how everything went down. So, we reloaded the save, and I decided to take a slightly different approach. I decided to charm the guard by casting Beguiling Touch on him.
What are you doing here? You don't look like one of the... I don't know who you are, and I'm not all that sure about you. But you're dressed for it. Can't imagine dressing up for any other reason. Go on in.
So, this time it worked and we were able to make it inside of the party without having to sneak past the guard. And what's really interesting is I wasn't wearing anything fancy, it was just dwarven armor and enchanted jewelry, which might have had an impact on his decision making. Anyways, I went into the corner and lined up a shot and fired it off. The same effect of Stark Reality occurred and everybody's clothing disappeared. It was total mayhem and everybody panicked, and I think Sanguine would have been proud. But in the end, I was still approached and the guards attempted to arrest me. I didn't feel like going to jail, so I simply resisted arrest. I had to flee the castle and the city of Leowin defenseless and naked. The guards were piling on to us, but we were able to outrun them, which was pretty nice, and eventually, when we fled the city, we found a horse in which we stole to ride away. Soon, we were able to cover enough distance to where we could fast travel back to the Shrine of Sanguine. Opening our map and traveling back, we were once again face to face with the Daedric Prince. Approaching the shrine and engaging in conversation sounded like this.
A rousing success, mortal. And it appears you joined in the festivities as well. Good for you. You need to lighten up a bit. You'll find your equipment in that chest over there. And here's a little something for your efforts. Maybe we'll celebrate again sometime.
And with that, the Shrine of Sanguine quest has been officially completed, and we were given the staff Sanguine Rose. All of our belongings could be retrieved from a chest just behind one of the benches. Sanguine Rose was one of those Daedric weapons that I just could not remember the effects of, so I had to cast it on one of Sanguine's followers to see what would happen. And as soon as I did, I remembered that it summoned a random Daedroth from the plains of Oblivion to fight for you. And I think there's a catch that when the enemy is defeated, the Daedroth could turn against you, which is pretty neat. Just for some extra closure, I decided to travel back to Castle Leowin. I wanted to speak with the Count and Countess. I wanted to check and see if the Countess would harbor any ill will against us. First, we checked the dining area where the party was, and there was no one or nothing to be found there. Then, we waited a little bit in the Great Hall for the Count and Countess to come out of their chambers. Speaking with both of them was a little bit unfortunate. As I had never introduced myself yet to these NPCs, they gave me their introductory dialogue, but there was no mention of the party or the trick that we pulled. So with that, we can finally close the chapter on the Shrine of Sanguine quest. So, we arrived at the Shrine of Sanguine. We spoke with one of their followers, and they said that we just had to present Sanguine with Cyrodiilic brandy. If you don't have Cyrodiilic brandy on your person, like I did not, you could easily travel to the Imperial City Market District, go to the Gilded Carafe, and buy one of those for 152 gold. Which again, to reiterate, as far as offerings go towards these Daedric princes and their shrine quests, this was a pretty easy and good one. We have a very straightforward conversation with Sanguine. Sanguine asks us to infiltrate a dinner party held by the Countess of Leowin. There, we're to cast a spell called Stark Reality on all of the guests, and once done so, we can return back to the shrine. Arriving at the castle, we're confronted by a guard who is blocking the door. Either by charming the guard or by taking advantage of the opportunity if someone were to leave the party, we can gain entrance inside. From there, it's as simple as casting the spell, receiving the quest update, and being confronted by the guards in order to arrest us. We can either flee or go to jail, but in either scenario, we will end up back at the Shrine of Sanguine. From there, they'll give us the Sanguine Rose, and all of our belongings will be placed in a chest just behind us. I really like the Staff of Sanguine Rose because my character is not proficient in magic. There are definitely times during a battle where conjuring a partner of some sort would have really helped me, so with this Daedric artifact in our possession, it will certainly make battling a lot easier. Overall, the Shrine of Sanguine quest was short and sweet, it had a really nice flow to it, and I especially liked how it didn't involve any fighting. It wasn't even really a quest about dialogue or your character's personality or decision making, it was more of a get in, cast a spell, get out kind of quest, and I really appreciated that. We're going to be going through and discussing one of Oblivion's biggest prank quests, Sheogorath's Daedric Shrine quest. Sheogorath is the Daedric Prince of Madness who rules over his realm of the Shivering Isles. Sheogorath is, and once was, the Daedric Prince of Order known as Jiggalag, the complete opposite of his current personality. Due to jealousy and fear, he was cursed to become what he hated the most, disordered, manic, and deranged. At the end of every era, Jiggalag can retake his original form to sweep and conquer the lands of the Shivering Isles during an event known as the Grey March. However, when the Grey March ends, he's transformed back into Sheogorath, and this cycle continues. We begin this quest by finding Sheogorath's shrine, located halfway between Breville and Leowin, just off of the road near a way shrine of Stendar. Approaching the shrine, we see 5 worshippers of the Daedric Prince. However, some of them are missing their clothing, and all of their outfits are mismatched and random. We approach one of the followers and speak with him.
Bugs. Bugs everywhere, all over. Wonderful, tasty bugs. No time for you. Talk to Ravel. He doesn't like the bugs. Not even with mead.
We're directed to speak with Pharaoh Ravel, the Dark Elf in white. But before we do, we see what the other followers have to say.
Have you seen it? Have you seen the light? The bright, shining light? I know it. It waits for you. Speak with Ravel. He knows the way.
I used to be a dog. I got better. Not a better dog, though. I'm a terrible dog now. Tomorrow? Who knows? Ravel may know. Talk to him.
I wish there were children here. Scrumptious, darling children. I haven't eaten in so long. Ravel will tell me what to do. You too.
We finally wander on over to speak with Ravel.
Place? Not place? Here? Not here? Welcome to the Grove of Madness, stranger. or go away. Who knows? Time will tell. Killed and ate a Bosmer there, but it made me sick. Saw Lord Sheogorath and the Vomitous, so that's all right. Here to sacrifice? A limb would be nice. Then approach the shrine. Of course, he won't appear, because it's not raining. He loves the rain. And you'll need an offering. I think a lesser soul gem, a head of lettuce, and some yarn will do the trick. Yes, that's what Sheogorath wants.
Clearly, the Mad God has had his way with these followers, as a lot of what they have to say is either manic or deranged in some way. Ravel told us that the offering required in order to speak with Sheogorath involves bringing the shrine a head of lettuce, a lesser soul gem, as well as some yarn. Ironically, 2 out of 3 of these objects are ones I've always passed up on picking up because I never thought I would need to use them. Looking inside of our inventory, we actually already have the lesser soul gem, so that just leaves the other 2. We fast traveled to the Imperial City Market District in order to try and buy the lettuce and yarn. We look at a few different shops, however, I just couldn't seem to find any for purchase. We luck out eventually by searching through some of the crates and barrels outside of the shops and spotting some much needed yarn. Now, all that was left was the lettuce. We went on over to the Merchant's Inn, thinking they might have some for sale, when we spotted a sight for sore eyes. Just behind the innkeeper, on some shelving, were 2 heads of lettuce just sitting on a plate. We crouched to make sure our crime wouldn't be spotted and stole the lettuce. It was now time to fast travel back to the shrine of Sheogorath and present our offerings in order to further this quest.
Another mortal dares to summon me, and already I'm bored. But enough about me. Let's talk about you. I could turn you into a goat, or a puddle, or a bad idea. I could make you eat your own fingers, or fall in love with a cloud. Perhaps I could make you into something useful. Let's find out. There's a little settlement called Border Watch. It's a nice, peaceful place. And dull. They're going to make their lives interesting. They're a superstitious bunch. Everything is an omen or a portent. Let's make one come true. Find their shaman and ask about the Kashara prophecy.
Finally, getting to speak with Uncle Sheo, we're to go to the settlement of Border Watch and learn about the Kashara prophecy in order to use it against its residents. Fortunately for us, Border Watch is a short walk away and we make it there in no time. Border Watch has always been an odd yet important looking settlement to me, and now its in-game purpose makes sense. Border Watch is a relatively larger settlement with about half a dozen structures, a farm, and even multiple levels of homes divided by stairs. According to lore sources, Border Watch was actually built over an Ayleid ruin, and its original form was a massive fort that housed the Ivory Brigade, who were driven out by a mercenary outfit called the Painted Eye in the Second Era. As we can now see, no trace of the fort remains, and the village is all that's left. The compass directs us over to a house on the lowest level. This is the home of a Khajiit named Rabasa, who happens to be the village shaman. Entering inside, we see a female Khajiit whom we speak with.
Welcome to our town, friend. The gods are always watching over Border Watch. A stranger who knows about the Kashara prophecy. It is one of our many prophecies. You should speak with Rabasa, our shaman. Rabasa is our shaman. You will find him in his house most of the time.
Rabasa is sleeping on the bed just behind us. We wake him up in order to speak with him.
Welcome to Border Watch, stranger. You're welcome here. I am Rabasa, shaman of our people. I am Rabasa, shaman of the Khajiit of Border Watch. You know of the Kashara prophecy. How odd. Are you some sort of scholar? You would mock our beliefs? Fool, when the 3 signs are upon us, you will learn. It's a matter of trust, and I don't trust you enough yet.
We toss a few septums his way to grease him up and try again.
Oops. These are the signs as they were foretold. First, there is the plague of vermin. It is said our town will be overrun by disease-carrying creatures. Rats, I would imagine. Horrible little things. I always keep a powerful rat poison around, in case I see one of the little monsters. Next is the plague of famine. It is foretold that our livestock will fall dead in their fields, with no apparent explanation. We have but the 6 sheep in our pasture, and we make sure they are well tended. The plague of fear? I will not speak of this, not to any outsider. I'll answer anything else I can. Is there something more? Perhaps you'd like to know more about Border Watch itself. I'm glad you asked. I could go on all day about our little community. We are but a handful of Khajiit, as you can see. Many are the evenings we spend around the cooking fire, sharing stories of elsewhere. The smell of our food travels for miles. If you'd like to stay, I'd suggest getting a room at the Border Watch Inn. We don't get many visitors, but Setasa serves a fine ale. She also has the finest collection of cheeses in the Empire. Her prized cheese has such a powerful aroma. She keeps it sealed in a case.
Rabassa tells us a lot of important information. The Kashara prophecy has 3 signs. The first one is a plague of vermin, the second one is famine, and the third he wouldn't even speak about. The shaman does give us a clue on how we should proceed. At the Border Watch Inn, we'll find a collection of cheeses that the town is particularly proud of. We head on over there and find the display of dairy products. Fortunately, the innkeeper is nowhere to be found, so all we need to do is lockpick the display case and take the cheese. The display case is a very hard lock level, so if you find it too tricky, the key can always be pickpocketed or looted off of Setasa, the local innkeeper. Getting into the case, we take the Olroy cheese and then head back outside. From here, we walked over to the cauldron and placed the cheese inside of it, cooking it and releasing its wonderful smells into the wilds of Cyrodiil. Shortly thereafter, at least a dozen rats came running out from the bush and made their way up to the melted cheese. In a panic, Rabassa the shaman comes running outside of his hut and begins to throw down some rat poison. Or at least, that's what he should have been doing. See, we actually encountered one of the few quest-ending bugs where Rabassa sort of glitches out and doesn't drop any rat poison at all. It's here we're supposed to reload a very recent save to where his whole part can be repeated, except in my confusion, I already saved past the point of no return. So from here, we swap over to another character, do everything all over again, granted it wasn't much work, and this time we actually see Rabassa place the poison down.
You've seen it. You've seen the first sign. Perhaps this is the beginning of the Kashara. It has come. We're doomed. Doomed. Run while you can, stranger. Get out.
We now go over to the poison and pick it up, successfully being able to move on to the next portion of this quest. Located at the top level of Border Watch is a pen filled with all of their livestock. In the center of it is their feeding trough. Using the poison that we secured, we actually interact with it in order to contaminate their food. Pretty soon, the sheep make their way over and begin grazing. After a little bit of time goes by, a green light swirls around them, and in unison, all of the sheep keel over and die.
You've done well, mortal. I'm amused to think. Head into the center of Border Watch and make sure to duck.
We're now ready to enact the final part of the Kashara prophecy. We head into the center of Border Watch and watch helplessly as the third sign of fear occurs. A plethora of dead, flaming dogs rain down from the horrific crimson sky. The citizens of Borderwatch run around in a frenzy, terrified and preaching the end of the world. We find Rabassa one last time and speak with him.
The end of all things has come. We are finished. All hope is gone.
The Kashara has come true.
Interestingly, even though this prophecy was meant to make the people of Borderwatch flee for their lives, none of them actually leave the confines of Borderwatch after it's fulfilled. On a separate note, our actions end up making the local papers with a special edition of the Black Horse Courier being released. It's titled Reign of Burning Dogs, and it reads, "The quiet life of the idyllic Borderwatch community was shattered recently by a meteorological phenomenon local experts are unable to explain. On an otherwise normal day, the skies above the small village suddenly darkened and burning dogs rained down from the heavens. The carnage was terrible, according to witnesses. Charred dog carcasses littered the village, and the smell alone was enough to drive many residents into their homes." When asked about the event, local mage and weather expert Castus Philidus had this to say: "There seems to be no precedent for this in all of Tamrielic history. While there have been stories of insects, frogs, and the occasional wayward mage crashing to the earth, I've never encountered tales of burning dogs raining from the skies. It is possible that the dogs were part of some mage's experiments with summoning gone bad, or perhaps the dogs were swept up in a great wind and hurled into the sky. This might explain the dogs falling onto the unfortunate Borderwatch community. Of course, that still doesn't explain why they were on fire." While the experts seem puzzled, the residents of Borderwatch see only one explanation. "It is the end of the world," said one resident, who asked not to be named in this article. "The Kashara prophecy tells us this will happen. The rats, the sheep, we are all doomed, doomed. Prophecy, mages, freak weather occurrence, we may never know. And the small village of Borderwatch will definitely never be the same." When you think about it, given the events of the main quest, the Kashara prophecy does feel pretty spot on. Returning to Sheogorath's shrine, we speak with him, and this happens.
Good times! Good times! I hope you had as much fun as I did. Here, take this. It's a fun little toy. Now go away before I kill you.
We're rewarded with the Daedric artifact known as the Wabbajack. The Wabbajack is a staff that has the power to Wabbajack on target. What that means is that when used on any non-NPC target, they actually transform into a whole other creature for a total of 10 seconds. These other creatures could be in the form of a Daedroth, deer, goblin skirmisher, ogre, rat, sheep, skeleton champion, or troll. This new creature might have more health and deal more damage than the original one you Wabbajacked, or it could have the opposite, making it an easy kill. Many believe the staff's name to be a reference to the poem called Jabberwocky by Lewis Carroll, which is a nonsensical poem describing an unpredictable creature. With the Kashara prophecy unfolded and the Khajiit of Borderwatch terrified and living in fear for the rest of their days, thus ends one of Oblivion's biggest prank quests. The Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion has always portrayed a more mysterious and sinister aroma than its successors, Skyrim and the Elder Scrolls Online. With subjectivity, there has always been a second thought and hesitancy before general exploration and wandering into an unmarked cavern or fortress. The lighting, aesthetics, details, sounds, and music design created around the province of Cyrodiil leaves the player with a very authentic feeling of caution and danger when leaving civilization. Even in the cities where the player expects to feel safe and secure, there are hidden threats, paranormal activities, and malicious trickery that will render the player always on guard. In today's video, we'll be discussing an eerie and unsettling quest in the game of Oblivion that would make even the hero of Kvatch's skin crawl. The Daedra of Oblivion are akin to religious and biblical antagonists, evil spirits, and entities that wish to manipulate and torment the races of Tamriel for their own pleasure or gain. The quest we'll be looking at is simply titled Vermina. Vermina is the Daedric Prince of Dreams and Nightmares and has a shrine southwest of Cheydinhal. The player must be at least level 5 to start this quest, and when they do, they begin by talking to Amar Duar, a Dunmer worshipper. They tell the player they must offer a black soul gem to Vermina, and when done so, Vermina's voice will respond to the player by saying, "We meet again, mortal, for we have met before, whether you know it or not. When you mutter in your sleep, you speak to me. When you waken wet with sweat, you've just left my house. I dwell in your dreams. I savor your nightmares. Now, you will serve me. The wizard Arkved has the orb of Vermina, snatched from the dreams of my followers and dragged into the waking world. Travel to his tower and retrieve my orb. Take care, though, mortal. In my orb, Arkved has found more than he bargained for." The player then must go slightly south to the marked location on the map, where the Wicked and Twisted lies ahead. The tower contains 8 different zones that must be made through in order to complete the quest. The first zone is simply titled Arkved's Tower, where everything seems normal. The first room you enter is dimly lit and features a table, silverware, chairs, plates, vases, and candles. Everything seems normal, so the player continues on ahead. The next room of significance features the exact same setup, however everything is flipped upside down and stuck to the ceiling, indicating something more is happening at this tower. As the player moves along, they then enter an open room where the lighting quickly turns red, and from the shadows, Daedra emerge for the attack. After dispatching of the Daedra, the next room is slightly ahead and titled Arkved's Void. Arkved's Void is a giant, dark, open space. It has thin, narrow bridges similar to what you see in the plains of Oblivion, and falling off into the abyss below results in the player's death. The bridges cross and intertwine, and the player must find their way out of the darkness, stumbling over boulders as they do so. After working your way to the end of the chasm, there is a door leading to the next area titled Arkved's Lost Halls. Upon arriving in the Lost Halls, the player will enter a room where they have to fight 3 more Daedra. This room has mysterious trees growing out of the ground and into the ceiling, as well as multiple pathways leading to different doors. Should you decide to take the pathway straight on, you will fight 1 more Daedra and be at the foot of a door titled Arkved's Oasis. Here, the player sees an evil, eerie, and barren landscape where they will have to jump down to reach the oasis. If you do not wish to succumb to fall damage, you can go back the way you came. If the player is looking for a slight shortcut to avoid some combat, jump down into the hellscape below and take some serious fall damage. There is a doorway that will lead back into the Lost Halls, but right next to a doorway to the following zone. By going back inside the Lost Halls, you can continue onwards through the nightmarish dungeon. The rooms that greet you have blood, corpses, and human remains that give off a truly sinister feeling. You will face off against 3 more Daedra and end up in a room that has oversized furniture and wine, showcasing Arkved's imagination. The door ahead is titled Arkved's Hall of Changes. Arkved's Hall of Changes is by far the most dangerous zone so far, with the player having to face multiple Daedra and navigate through dead-end passageways, all the meanwhile dark Welkinstones are shooting at and causing damage to you. The correct passageway will lead you to a torture chamber with blood, dead zombies, and another Daedra. There's a trapdoor on the floor titled Arkved's Retreat. Upon going in here, you are faced with what might be the most disturbing room yet. The player descends down a ladder onto a single platform to overlook dozens of hanging, rotting bodies, with some even being on fire. It is pitch black in all directions, with a few pillars of fire showcasing the grim depths of whoever these people were. The player's only option is to go back up the ladder from where they came. Back into the Hall of Changes, there are 2 new ways the player can go. One doorway leads to a dead end, and the other is the correct way for continuing on into the Labyrinth of Anguish. The next room contains 2 more Daedra and another Welkinstone that actively saps you of your health. This room, similar to the last 2, has 2 passageways. One is again a dead end leading nowhere, and the second one leads to a trapdoor titled Arkved's Rending Halls. The Rending Halls are tight corridors filled with Daedric enemies waiting to attack the player. Fairly straightforward, yet deadly if you don't take your time or are simply underleveled. There are 6 Daedric enemies altogether, and once they are dispatched, towards the end of the corridors, the player is met with ghastly sightings of blood and rotting corpses littered all over the hallways. There's an eerie, high-pitched melodic noise coming from the ladder, which leads up to the next area, which is titled Arkved's death quarters. Upon entering the final zone, the player is greeted with red, menacing lighting and a very ominous setting. After walking through an ancient portcullis, you see the sight of a room that is overgrown with Daedric elements. You see a person laying unconscious in a bed that has been turned into a prison by Daedric-infested spikes. There lies the wizard Arkved, whom, after taking the orb of Vermina, has been haunted and sentenced to live out his nightmares and twisted realities for the rest of eternity. There is a small table in the corner of the room that holds the key quest item, the Orb of Vermina. This needs to be taken in order to get out of this evil place. But perhaps the worst and most frightening part of this entire quest are some notes that have been written and are sitting on the table next to the orb. The first note is sitting neatly on the table, and it reads, "A note is written in a trembling hand. There is no world so great as the world of the mind. There is no voyager so well traveled as the traveler in the land of the dreams. There is no abyss so deep as the well of terror that lies within each of us. I have plumbed its depths. I have seen the unthinkable. I am unafraid. Even death's boundaries do not confine me. I am the lord of limitless space and the master of place and time. Through the doors of sleep, the universe lies waiting for me. I will no longer wait for my dreams to carry me worlds away, to unknowable deeps, to unspeakable vastness. I shall dwell in the house of Vermina, forever, the orb of my companion. There is no compass to my destination, no end to my journey. My mind is the eternal voyager, fearless and wild with wonder in the halls of horror." While certainly up to interpretation, it seems this piece of paper was written after he had taken the orb and was expecting to gain knowledge and power beyond any mere mortal with this artifact. However, there are two more notes, crumpled on the table and crumpled on the floor, that paint an even scarier picture. The paper on the table reads, "I shall lie here in the dark, waiting for death." And the final note on the floor simply reads, "The horror, the horror." And with that, the player will go through a wooden door, finally getting to escape the horrid nightmare that is Arkved's Tower. Upon arriving back at the shrine and interacting with Vermina, their dialogue continues with, "My orb is returned, and Arkved will live out the rest of his days in nightmare. It is fitting. You have proved yourself, mortal. It is fitting as well that you should bear my token." To which the quest is completed and a reward given to the player. While never needing to go back to the cursed and disturbed tower ever again, you can't help but think about the wizard Arkved, his eternal suffering, and just how disturbed the land of Tamriel actually is. That wraps up all of the Daedric Shrine quests in the Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion. Stay tuned for the complete compilation, which you may or may not be watching this on, and until next time, keep on adventuring.